issue with the microphone. But welcome back to Pact of the GM, a collection of unlovable misfits who have all sworn their soul to myself, the GM. Now, we are a little short-handed today, I'm afraid. Jake is inbound whenever he's inbound, and Keth, unfortunately, is a little bit unwell. And we are still missing the amazing Travis Willingham. I know we keep promising him, and I swear at some point he might be here. But this week he does have kind of a fairly good excuse. He is apparently in a staring contest with an owl, and it's over who has the rights to the dormice in his farm. So we'll have the results of that contest for you next week. I'm sure we'll be the only news outlet that has there. But in the meantime, we shall carry on with our story. And our story left off in a pretty scary place. But we're going to get to that after Jensen gives us a little bit of a recap.
I just want to clarify, is he fighting to eat the mice as well? Or is it just for like general ownership, like pets or something?
I'm not sure that he's announced what he needs the mice for, but certainly he wants possession of them. He wants the owl to understand the owl can't take the dormice.
just want to double check. Right. Well, we started off essentially descending down into the depths below. We'd followed the cultists, most particularly the white tabaxi named Frost, further down and into this strange little shack, which beneath a rug we found a strange little trap door. We made our way down there and find ourselves in a strange little basement thing. We sort of sloshed around, had a bit of a peer, and of course got attacked by cultists. So we whooped them one, beat them the hell up, and then before we knew it, we
Before they knew it, Jensen died, apparently. Jensen's dead. Those were the dormice. They were going after him.
My dog nearly tried pooing on the floor.
Nice.
Just
right.
fantastic.
Anyway, we beat up some cultists. We followed on through. And then of course we didn't find bloody Baron or Brannon. I still don't remember your goddamn names. It was Brannon, wizard boy. Went on further into the darkness by Lonesome. And yeah, got attacked. So he came back screaming. We went over there screaming and beat the hell up out of Frost, who had assaulted him and ambushed him. We knocked her unconscious. And yeah, that was pretty much it. We went on forwards. The cave was sort of cleared. And then, of course, we find a strange, ominous... Was it like a chuckling, a cackling? I don't entirely remember. But there was a big old bloody fish man. And he was there, he was just swimming in the water, and we were, just kind of vibing. We said hello, sort of asked him what he's doing there, and apparently he signed a contract with the cultists, of which one of the signatories is Frost, of course, the tabaxi, who'd be just basically bonked on the head and tied up. And he said that he was going to do something for them. He didn't exactly say what, he couldn't say what, because of some of the deals he had struck. And we sort of had a bit of a to and fro with him, tried to convince him to, abandon this deal, but he needed a signatory, or one of the people who had signed to essentially cancel the deal, whatever it was. So we had a bit of a to and fro, basically trying to convince Frost, who sort of woke up, to try and cancel it, which of course went completely nowhere. We, tried pulling on our heartstrings, said, what about some woman... which Geronimo knew. What about, doing the right thing? Maybe just been duped by these crazy cult boys, but nothing bloody worked. So we latched onto the only thing which we had, which was her sort of fascination with our big boy barbarian, Baron, who was apparently one of the listeners to the sort of gods these cultists had been worshipping. And she essentially wanted him to read a good old book, a book which he hid on the outskirts of the city. Now, we basically got her up, sort of untied her legs. It still sort of kept her arms tied, but, put a big old coat around her to keep them hidden, and allowed her to sort of lead us through the city towards this book, which we thought was brand new and exciting. And of course, when we get there, sort of coming on to the, it's outside the city, but by the side of the main road, we find out it's a book we've already read. And it's by this time, she starts screaming and hollering like, well, she didn't dupe us, but, she wants free. And yeah, and of course all the peasants start bundling around like, oh, bloody let it go, oh, bloody screw the government, because Brannon turns into a goddamn guard. And it sort of leaves off with us retreating and these peasants surrounding us. Despite being told that we're, resort to more lethal methods, they're still goddamn coming because they're crazy people. And yeah, we basically ended off on the verge of having to cut through some peasant crowds.
Yeah, a pretty good summary of everything that happened and exactly where we had left off. So we are on the verge of cutting through some crowds. Now I am going to show the players this first, but we do have... I may have preemptively set up a battle board for us to use this week. That may or may not be of help for understanding exactly what situation they're in as soon as they load over to it. And once they've all loaded in, then I will share it with the stream. But we are beginning... exactly where we left off, on the crossroads on a fairly major route leading out of the city of New Haven, heading off to the west. Now it's kind of splitting off into a number of smaller routes. The path itself, or the road itself, had been busy with people travelling mostly into the city, bearing fresh goods and things like that to sell at market, as you had emerged from the underground in the very, very early hours of the morning, just after sunrise. Now you are standing on the edge of that road by a smaller copse of trees, surrounded by, well, what can be only be described as a very, very, very angry mob. And jump over here now for everyone's perusal. Yes, we have 3 mob units representing 10 to 20 people apiece. They're all standing very, very closely, and they are not happy. So... we had a lot of role-play and interaction with them last time, but I think this time we are going to be just jumping straight in to our combat. And
This shit's doomed.
and anything obviously you'd like to do. I know I've had the players mention to me before they'd like to possibly try some stuff that isn't necessarily just killing all the people. And obviously you can do that, but I think we need to move into turn order for this part because I gave you a lot of opportunities to interact last time. So, I am going to need those tokens, so I can put them on there. You should all now be able to roll yourselves an initiative.
Oh, I
Off to a
just
great
love
start.
the nat 1.
Oh, right.
14.
Perfect. Bob, Frost, Geronimo, and Atara aren't here. But Atara's going first.
Brilliant.
Absolutely, it's what we like to see. Okay, so we are arrayed
The 2
as
people that aren't here are first.
literally the first 2 people. Fantastic. I have no idea what they want to do, so we're going to assume they fight. We won't have them do anything too crazy. No genociding here, but yeah, okay. So Natara will be going first, and I'm going to hope that I play the character correctly with this group kind of stepping forward to attack. Natara is going to quickly backpedal a little ways. She has a movement of 30, so let's get her back to about there. Getting her kind of rushing away from the mob as she turns to face them. She is then going to cast, I believe she quite likes her Thorn Whip, so she's going to try and Thorn Whip the kind of middle of the 3. And an 18 to hit them will hit, and so as Natara turns and kind of leaps over the low hedge log, she gets to the other side, takes a few more steps, turns around, and then lashes out a hand from which an ethereal vine, thorned, strikes forward, catching one of the peasants kind of around the neck and pulling him to the ground with a gurgle of blood. One of them dies. That's an action, that's a movement. I don't know her bonus actions well enough, so we're not going to use them. Geronimo, I have to go again. Geronimo's probably just going to do the same thing. Wait.
Wait, one of them died?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mob.
Oh, God.
Yeah, man. No non-lethal now. We're going in,
It's
I guess.
it's a mob of commoners, and I don't have their instructions as to what they would do, so...
Well, here we go. It's now proven that the Natara does not care for the lower class.
I have no idea. Like,
Was this what proved it?
Yeah, is that me controlling a character? I don't know. Geronimo is just gonna go fire his pistol? Yes? Yeah, why not? He's gonna fire his pistol. Sure. So he is going to firebolt through his pistol. That's another one. as we actually go to the mob. They get to literally act before you. Okay, so they
feel like
are
this
going
tells
to
them inside.
immediately swarm forward, and because they are a swarm, they can occupy the same spaces as you.
Well, Frost has just been deleted.
Frost is under there still, I promise. But the mob's going to swarm forward like that. And immediately they're going to start swinging and throwing, and I need to see.
Throwing hands.
They are going to be throwing a lot of hands. In fact, it's going to be disappointing number of hands they're going to be throwing. The first thing they are going to do is they're going to try and seize. We're going to go left to right, which means Frost and Durgus, I need you to give me acrobatics or athletics. Obviously, Frost's I will roll.
This is actually Ligma, right? It's fine. That's a 10.
Athletics 10. That will not make it. You are grabbed by the many hands. Frost has a 9 and is also grappled by you, so Frost is also grabbed, though you're still holding on to Frost. The mob is then going to use its second part of that action to try and restrain you, which basically means pull you down to the ground. So I need you to give me another athletics or acrobatics check. 23. You will manage to stay on your feet, though you are still grappled. And having been grappled, they're going to try and hit you with their tools and bits and bobs and things that are around. They are going to 14 to hit. I don't think that hits you.
That doesn't hit. No.
No, that's fine. Okay, so we ignore the rest of that. We then move on to the second mob, who are going to pretty much go through the same process for Brannon and Barrand, as Barrand is in the area and Brannon is within 5 feet. So I will need an athletics or an acrobatics from both of you, please.
26.
26 will definitely pass. An 8 will not. So Brannon is grabbed. They cannot try and restrain you, Barrand, if you are not grabbed. So you don't need to make another one. But Brannon, I will require another acrobatics or athletics.
Oh, these rolls. These rolls.
7, you are unfortunately knocked prone and still grappled. You're not quite restrained, but you are now prone. And it is then going to probably try and attack Brannon since he is prone. So it's going to have advantage as they try to hit you with their tools and assorted bits and bobs. They will have advantage because you're prone. An 18 to hit. Brannon, your mic is not working.
Is he gone?
I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, no, he just left.
He's
So...
disconnected.
Oh, no, he's back. He's back.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
That's all right. Did you hear everything?
Yes, I did. Yes, 18 definitely hits.
Okay, hang on. I'm just moving stuff around to try and get players over the top. There we go. An 18 definitely hits, in which case you are going to take 12 piercing damage and 6 bludgeoning damage.
Oof.
As you are just totally bombarded with these tools. Then the last mob is going to go, and they're just going to straight attack you. Again, with advantage because you're prone.
Yeah.
That'll be a 24 to hit.
Yeah, I'm dead.
That
Like,
is
hands down.
12 piercing and 8
Dead.
bludgeoning.
I'm
okay.
down.
Okay, Brannon is immediately knocked unconscious as the mob rolls forward.
Epic.
Roll me my 2d6s. And you were knocked down before, weren't you?
Yes, this is my
so we
second
have to-
down in
so-
one day.
No, that's fine. That means we have to add one and take away 1 from the roll.
-1 from the D6s.
Yeah, just roll the d6s. That becomes
I
a
did the -1 on it.
Oh, you did it? Okay, so that's an 8.
Yeah.
Sprained wrist. You are unable to use it effectively. You can only use one of your hands, and any action that requires 2 hands you can't do. So you're one-handed for all intents and purposes until that's treated. Waiting.
God. No, carry on.
Okay. Barrand, they are all around you.
So, initially taking a bit of a step back at this whole situation, not sure what to do. After seeing his very fragile wizard friend be completely decimated by these angry boys, Baron's gonna break out into a rage
Okay.
and start swinging towards those peasants that just knocked down his friend. With 2 attacks this time, because I can do that now.
The ones that are around your friend or the ones that are around you?
I suppose he's got to go through the ones around him first, right?
I mean, you don't
Is
have
that
to.
how these are going to
No,
work?
no.
Yeah,
You can,
it'll be the ones on top of Brannon then.
Okay. I'll say that you don't have to attack the ones around you. They're just the ones that are very much in your grill right now.
Cool. Well, he's going to start swinging for the ones on
Go for it.
Brannon. So...
A 19 will
19.
hit. Roll again.
And then 26.
26. A 26 will also hit. So 2 of that mob go down as the 2 axes swing out. They are great cleaving blows. Certainly these people had no chance against your mighty felling swings. However, there is just lots of people, and unfortunately the issue here is not necessarily that you are vicious and dangerous enough, but it's more that there's just too many of them.
Ape together strong.
Apparently.
We are Legion.
And that's going to be it.
Okay, we go over to the next turn on the list, which I believe is Frost, who is currently restrained. And she is grappled by 2 parties. She has no movement. She is probably going to try and break out of the restraint you've got, Durgus. So could you please give me either an athletics or an acrobatics?
I can.
She rolled very averagely.
Oh my god.
But it was better than your low roll, and so with a 13 she will break out of your grip, but she is still grappled by the mob, and can't do anything about that. So she's just going to cower. As we move on... Ooh, yeah? We move on to you now, Durga, so it is your turn.
Do the mob look like they're attacking her as well?
No.
Okay. Now, boys, I make the big decision. Do I kill her? Or do we just let her go?
This is a hell of a question.
Yeah.
Does it really matter at this point?
It's just another corpse of the pile, let's be honest. So it's
It's too late. It's too late. Like we've already become murderers.
yeah, well,
like,
they've got her and they're still attacking, so it's... Yeah. You know what? Screw it.
Oh,
Bonus.
God.
Bonus action. Well, item interaction. Durgus, while he's grappled, is going to reach and try to draw his longsword from his back, sort of buckling as the arms, to try to keep him in place. And then seeing Frost being sort of pulled from his own grip, he is going to narrow his gaze. Speaking Hunter's Mark is a verbal component, isn't it?
Yes.
Speaking, what's bloody thematic?
I don't know, dude. You're killing
He's
poor
gonna
people. What is
cast
the
Hunter's
matter?
Mark. He's gonna cast Hunter's Mark. It's like, let's put you down, Kitty. He says
Okay.
there's Hunter's Mark on her.
Don't ever say that again.
It was thematic.
that was the worst thing.
Man, it's thematic.
Time to
better
put you
than
down, kitty.
Exactly.
and then, taking the blade in 2 hands, I'd like to try and whack at her, if that's okay.
Yeah, you should make a standard attack against her.
Is she not restrained, or is she just...
It's not
grappled by
restrained.
them?
I use the word restrained. I know that's actually a condition. I
Okay.
should probably use other words. She's grappled, so she's being held by them, but there's no advantage, disadvantage for it. The only reason there was against Brannon is because he was pulled prone.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
yeah, the grapple just means no movement.
Right, come on. Blaze! Blaze! Yes!
I mean,
Right.
you can roll the damage, though I don't think it's going to matter very much.
Yeah, sure. It's versatile damage too. So that's 8, and then I can just double it. but-
Roll another d10.
And then I've got my Hunter's Mark as well, but that's...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You just skewer her.
Right, running her through. I think with that he's going to pull his blade back and just try to whack, sort of trying to lop towards the hands which grab and the claws which bite. Right. Let's do it again with my second attack because I'm level 5 now.
Is this against the people grappling you or the ones around Baron?
This is the ones grappling me, but they won't hit anyway.
Not with the 9, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
That's all good. Okay, so you swing out at the people around you, but the hands are kind of pulling you back. People are moving around. The sword, you definitely feel like you've caught someone, but it wasn't enough to really... It was a flesh wound, not really enough to get anyone down or away. Anything else for your turn?
I think that's me.
Brandon, a death saving throw, please.
I would just like to point out at this point I am at 2 exhaustion, so I think these are at disadvantage.
Are saving throws at disadvantage at 2
I don't
exhaustion?
think they are.
I need to double check that.
I can't remember, but
Hang on, let me look at my condition. Let's see. No, your speed is halved.
Okay.
Next one is saving throws. So
oh, it's 3.
if you get one more exhaustion, then it's disadvantage on these. But no, you're just speed halved at the moment. 11 will pass.
11.
Will pass. That's a success there. As we move to the top of the round, welcome back, Jake. Just to give you a kind of more thematic summary, the mob has attacked, and because you and Keth weren't here, I took over Natara and Geronimo briefly, and you shot someone, and Natara thorn whipped someone, and now they're dead. Yeah, that's kind of it, really.
Hot dog.
Yeah, and now they're charging forward. Brandon immediately got swamped by many, many people, pulled down and beaten on by tools and wrenches and, well, not wrenches, tools and farming equipment and things people are carrying, and he's no longer moving. The Baron is in a rage, swinging his axe around, and Durgus just skewered your prisoner.
Let's say the prisoner's dead.
Yes. And it is now Natara's turn. She probably wants to pick Brannon up, but that's pretty dangerous looking, that spot. So let's say she moves forward a little bit. So she's in a good place to run forward and get him if needs be. Before she... God, what could she do? I think she has spell slots. Oh, she does. She has a level 1 and 2 level 2s.
So you got anything that can kind of like obliterate some of these fuckers?
Uh,
I don't know what the plan
Moonbeam,
is.
right?
She has
There
she
kind
has
of isn't a
wind
plan.
wall. Yeah, there's not a plan. She has wind.
There's wind wall.
There's wind wall.
Oh, put that up. Let's go. Wind wall.
Just checking.
Separate them. Wait, can we even do that?
I'm pretty sure wind wall just makes it like difficult.
No. There's danger. There's danger. No, that was water wall that we had in the other one.
Oh, is it
Wind
water
wall
wall?
actually does
Okay.
damage and stuff.
Right, I'll be right back a second.
They all get swept up in some sort of like giant tornado. Like
there's a lot going on with me. She could wind wall. Sure, why not? She begins to throw her hands kind of in this swirling gesture, muttering this druidic phrase as she does so. The wind immediately picks up, and leaves and grass starts to get kicked around, and then with a great sweep of her hands, this long thin wall of wind suddenly bursts upwards in this great vicious arc, creating a wind wall, which I will there. Probably like you don't want to get your friends, you probably don't want to get Brannon.
probably.
Yeah. Oh, whoops.
I don't know.
I put the template away by mistake. Whoopsie. Let's try that again. I mean, maybe she wants to get Brannon. I'll let her decide there. Let's put that there, like that. So that goes behind. It doesn't get Brannon. It gets the 3 mobs, and they have to make strength saving throws, which they will pass, and pass. Yeah, they will pass all 3, which means they take damage apiece. A person is thrown away, pushed apart, buffeted by rocks, and beaten senseless by the wind that suddenly bursts up behind them. But they all look still fairly well cohesive and very strong as we move on to Geronimo's turn.
Okay. First thing Geronimo's going to do is he's going to move up a little.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to deploy tank in support mode.
Okay. Feel
Which
free
is
to
my
drop-
action.
Yep, feel free to drop tank whichever side you be on.
And as a bonus, tank is going to move behind Baron.
Mhm.
And yeah, we're gonna do some. Who doesn't get hit? I don't think Durgus does.
No, he's 15. It's anything within 10.
Everyone else is 10 then. All right, let's do some. He's gonna support mode. Support stuff.
Cool, go for it. A pulse of healing energy from the top of tank as he's thrown out.
7 temp.
7 temp hit points. Obviously for Brannon that will stabilize. So no more death saving throws for him. And everyone else can replace their temporary hit points with 7. Or gain some if they don't have it.
7 already.
Oh, there you go. Anything else?
I think that's it. Oh, I've just noticed the temporary hit points come up as blue. On the.
Yeah, I've updated all of the stuff.
That sounds cool. Yeah. Now I think that's the end of my turn. I have nothing else I can do.
Okay, perfect. In which case, it goes to the Angry Mob's turn. We're pretty much going to repeat it. So, Durgus, you are grappled, aren't you? Good talk, Durgus.
I think
he just went. Yeah, BRB.
How dare he? Okay, we'll ignore him for now. We'll move it the other way. Brandon, you're still down, so they're going to kind of ignore you. And in fact, they're going to move up as close as they can. Baron, you were not grappled, were you?
Nope.
You can give me an athletics or an acrobatics then. And in fact, I'm going to need 2.
Okay.
22 will pass,
22.
and a 21 will also pass. What does tank count as?
What does he count as?
Is he an object? Is he a creature? Is he a... What does your Eldritch Cannon count as?
I'm having a read now. Cannon is a magical object.
Magical object. Okay, so these abilities don't affect him. In which case, having not grappled you, that's absolutely fine. Welcome back. Could you give me an athletics or an acrobatics?
Yes,
whilst he's doing that, the two groups are going to try and hit you, Baron, with their big old hammers and hatchets. The 22 will also pass. They're also going to try and hit you. So we're going to do the 2 against Baron first and the 1 against Durgus.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. So many dice on my screen. So against Baron, we have a 9, a 16.
The 16 will hit.
Okay, so for the I've got to remember this next time. For the 16, you take half piercing and bludgeoning while you're raging, don't you?
Yep.
So we will not use the damage there. Not there either. I think you take a grand total of 5 hit points of damage. That should have applied automatically. Durgus, against you it is a 14.
That does not hit.
Nope. So again, they still keep swinging at you, but they can't quite get enough of a purchase to really lay a really nasty blow against you. As their turn comes to an end, we go to Baron.
It's time to keep swinging. Would he be able to see that Brandon's like somewhat stabilized because of tank healing?
I mean, you could guess. Okay. But like really around you, what you can see right now is a huge swarm of people, lots of dirt, and every now and again the bright blue of Brandon's cloak on the floor being kicked by people treading on him.
In that case, then he's just going to keep swinging for those that are on top of Brandon.
Okay.
So that would be a 16 and a 14.
That will also hit.
Sweet.
So that mob now, having been hatcheted, beaten, and bloodied, a few of the kind of villagers now lying in the dirt amidst their own blood, and the sort of half or so that remain they're not looking too positive about their chances right now.
Nice. Well, as nice as murdering innocents can be.
They're not innocents, man. They did this to themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, ample opportunity to not
says the dwarf abducting people and killing them in broad daylight. Sure, okay. Innocence is a hell of a term. Anything else, Baron?
That's it.
We don't actually. I'm going to remove Frost from there because we don't need her anymore. Durgus.
Me. I see angry mob who read the papers every day. They hate the hate, and hopefully they're easily kitten too. Let's do 2 attacks. First off, bonus action, move my hunter's mark from the dead cat to the many people.
Which one of the many people?
The ones grappling my ass.
The closest ones to you, yes.
Yeah. And yes, I think then it's time for the double swing. Let's go for it first. Let's go for an attack. Oof. 24.
24 will hit. So one of them is laying low.
Right, so let's go for that. And then I double check. Does Hunter's Mark do the damage every time I attack?
Yes, it does. It's every time you deal damage, I believe.
Okay, so that's a 1d6, and I'd like to use Favored Foe as well, if that's okay. Which is my feature, which is another 1d4. 1d4. God, that's really good damage.
It's very, very good damage, and one of those commoners is totally ripped apart.
And that's 1. And let's go for the second attack.
13 will hit.
Oh, nice. Versatile damage. There we go. Now let's do it again. 1d6 and a 1d4. Oh my god. I think all my bad rolls are paying off. There we go.
Again, another person is totally decimated, ripped apart by the longsword. There's still
I think he'd
there's still 3/4 of the people still around you, maybe 8 or so still swirling around you with their hands on you.
Back off if you know what's bloody good for you! He'd say, as we go to the next turn.
Damn right we do, as Brannon, you are unconscious but now stabilized, thanks to Natara. What's she going to do? Her Windwall thing's going to go in again, so they need to make 3 strength saves. And what are these dice? I mean, they'll take a little bit of damage as a few more people are thrown to the ground by the wind, and the mobs are looking less and less sure of themselves with this kind of surrounding of magic that's pulling them apart, but they're still holding on just about. What's Natara going to do next? Let's have her just Horn Whip the ones that are holding on to Durkas. She is going to roll a 23, which will kill another one. As her hand extends and comes back with the, let's say, the severed arm of a bloke. Geronimo.
Okay. Not really much I can do. Got no bloody spell slot.
That's why you have cantrips.
This is true, but I only have. I need to just double check for a second. I've got like only 2 cantrips. Let me just. I'll check it. I'll check it off my turn.
Yeah, now is definitely not the time to be looking up how many you should have.
Firebolt. Is
Yep.
what I'm going to do.
Which one are you shooting at?
The one straight ahead.
Okay. A 10 will hit.
Oh, 5 damage then.
Yep, and one of the people is burnt to gurgling death by the bolt of fire that stalks through their brain.
And Tank is gonna once again zoom out with zoomy energies.
Okay, roll that healing with him again then.
There's my bonus action.
Another pulse
For
of heal.
11.
11 temp hit points to everyone except Durgus. And Brannon, those temp hit points can pick you up.
Woo.
Remember, they are temporary, so they will last for pretty much the rest of the day, but then they're gone. Take the unconscious tag off. Okay, anything else? I'm going to take that silence from Jake as a no, as we move on to the angry mob who have noticed, Brannon, that you're stirring on the ground beneath their feet. So, one of the groups is going to turn around and try and hit you. So I'd like an acrobatics or an athletics at disadvantage. Oh,
16.
Even with disadvantage, you are not grabbed. You are rolling around for your life as they attack with advantage against you because you're prone.
I'm just imagining that, you know, like those scenes where it's like a giant scorpion trying to like stab the person.
Yeah,
they're
stab
rolling
downwards
all
and they're rolling.
Yeah, that's exactly
The
what
bad
Brandon's
guy.
doing.
The bad guys save their good rolls for now because the Brandon, you're gonna get hit by a 21, and that's gonna deal 18 damage. So do you want to just?
I'm down again.
Yeah, do you want to put yourself to 0 and roll another 2d6 for me?
Can you do it? Because it's being a bit weird with my HP. It won't
Yeah,
let me
of
change
course.
it.
Yeah, of course. Hang on. Well, roll the 2d6 for me, and it's -2 now. While I sort out your health.
Maybe I should have just let Brandon stay down.
It's almost as if I put in house rules in this
I got
system.
a 0.
Oh. Okay, we're going on to the big dangerous sheet for the first time. Let's go over then. I'm going to actually need to look at my damage rules. Okay, roll me a 1d6. No modifiers to this.
6.
You have
that's
a
good one.
hideous scar. You have been horribly and visibly scarred. You have disadvantage on all charisma performance and charisma persuasion checks. Additionally, indifferent NPCs may not prefer to converse with you. This still goes down as another minor injury. So if you have any more going down, it's -3. But the hideous scar is far more permanent and requires a lot. You can't just get rid of this at a short rest or long rest. But yeah, basically note down somewhere that you have a hideous scar. So as those hammers and hoes and hatchets come raining down, your body is not left unblemished. As we carry on, Baron, I require from you an athletics or acrobatics, please.
My luck's been decent so far, so we'll see.
That doesn't look like it's changing, so you're absolutely fine as they try and swing at you, but they're not going to do very well with their swings, I feel. But those are not good dice rolls. A 10 is not going to hit you. Durgus, I would like an athletics or an acrobatics as they try to push you to the ground. That nat 20, a 27, they are definitely not getting you to the ground as they swing their own weapons at you as well. But they will roll a 19 to hit and deal 11 points of damage.
Okay.
So not too bad with your temporary hit points. But that will be their turn as we go to Baron himself, who has been just tanking the damage from this group in front of him.
And he's going to keep on swinging. Probably
Go, go,
still
go.
over the ones over Brannon.
Go, go, go.
So that'll be a 24 to hit and a 12.
That's fine. And you've got +3 on both of those damages, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. So both will hit as 2 more foes are laid bare, and this mob around you is starting to get very thin amongst faces. They're beginning to look around, look at the magic behind them. This mob in the middle looks ready to break, to be honest. Anything else for your turn there, Baron?
That's going to be it. I don't think there's much else I really can do.
Durgus, we're on to you again. The mobs are thinning out. The endless tide is perhaps not so endless. What would you like to do?
I whack one time. It was 16. Does that hit?
That does hit, and another person is cut down where they're standing.
Right. Well, just gonna roll a max damage on that one. And yeah, then I'm gonna roll again.
Blood for the blood god.
That probably
A
isn't
9 will not hit, I'm afraid, no. So you managed to take another one down, and again, the numbers are thinning out. They're well under half of the number of people that were there at the beginning, and looking around, all of the mobs are looking very, very thinned out. Who knows, this could be the last round. Ooh. Anything else, Durgus?
I think that's for me.
Brandon, thanks to all of the helpful healing from Tank, you now need to give me another death saving throw. Though obviously it refreshes because you've woken up.
$17.
That's a success. So we go to the top of the round, and Tara's magic will do more bullshittery. We'll have 3 more sets of saves for the 3 mobs. And their luck doesn't last this long. They've had a string of successful attacks, but not enough for this one, as I need to roll. Okay. The mobs are suddenly flung apart. Having been thinned out already and mostly holding each other down. Just the last few bodies are thrown up into the air. Stones are thrown into them. Some people are just pulled apart by the force of this wind as it just hits their body over and over again. The people look like they're trying to get away. So I am going to, rather than go through the turn order again, the mob looks like it wants to back off. If I were to do it on the board, it would be kind of, moving that kind of 5-foot step back if they could. Do you guys have any interest in chasing? Do you guys want to make any last hits? Do you want to do, what do you want to do? The mob is backing off. I'm allowing kind of an action here, but in any order you like.
I think as they'd be backing off, Baron would look to go and pick up Brandon and kind of just heave him over his shoulder.
Okay, so you're going to go get Brandon, that's fine.
Yeah.
Geronimo's just gonna he's gonna let him back off. Like if they back off, then he doesn't do anything.
Yep, stand and look threatening.
Yeah.
What about you, Durgus?
I think Durgus is going to sort of raise his sword, menacing. It's like, we bloody want you! We bloody want you!
You can just hear calls of murderers, screams of terror and fear as the mobs do indeed break, running as fast as they can, kind of back out of and away from you and the kind of wind wall that has been tearing through them. Of the perhaps 30 to 40 that were there at the beginning, there are maybe 6 to 9 left. And they make a burst or a beeline straight for the main road and start to head off towards town as fast as their legs will carry them. Around you are the bodies of over 20 people sprawled out in the dirt by their own blood, which is being kicked up by the air, as is the kind of robes of frost which fly up in tatters from where she was skewered through the back. And as we do that, I'm going to take us out of combat, put us onto some ambient music. Which almost doesn't seem fitting. As the combat indeed ends. The fight is over. Even the people who looked like they might have joined a moment ago are joining their escaping fellows back towards the city of New Haven. Calls of just screams and cries of fear and terror. Really, the insults and things from before have just become this garbled mess of a natural desire to get away from you, and you are left standing in the wreckage.
I think Durgus, rather promptly, sheaths his blade and just sort of scurries over towards the others, making sure, that all the peasants were sort of running now properly. Right, we can't stay here for bloody long. We need to move, and quick. Where are we going to go? Or was it west?
A tank. As Durgus does that, Geronimo's going to move over towards Tank and make sure that Tank blasts another, wave of support. As Brandon's like over the shoulders of Baron, just to make sure that everyone is in tip-top shape.
Absolutely fine, go for it.
So 6.
It is. So Brannon is stabilized, as any of the rest of you who no longer have your temp hit points can turn them back up to 6.
Sexy. I think Durgus, obviously feeling these sort of revitalizing energies, reaches down and begins to sort of quickly unbuckle the belts which bind the book to his chest, which he sort of lays on the ground and pilfers through the pages rather quickly, sort of pressing his fingers down on one of the runes. Right. I've not been this one before, but I think now's the best time for it. We need to move. As I said, do we know? Bloody Geronimo, you know direction, right?
Yeah. I think they said it was out west, right? But weren't we supposed to, go with them? We were meant to go with them, right? So I don't know. It seems like a bit. Well, anyway, this is quite the mess. But don't you think we should check her corpse real quick?
People checked it already. I mean, she had bloody nothing on it. Look,
Oh yeah.
Look, just all of you hold still. Don't move for a second. And I'd like to and he sort of recites a dwarven cant. I'd like to try and do the spell Pass Without a Trace, if that's all right, Alex.
Yeah, of course.
Which is, ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
Where a veil of shadows and silence falls on all of us, and the aim is to essentially try and mask our tracks to make sure we can't be followed.
Yeah, certainly.
And,
The shadows from around the trees begin to almost peel away. It's almost quite dark and sinister as they begin to swirl around you, creating this, at first, unnatural aura of gloom. However, that is quickly then replaced by a brightness from the light above and almost this faint, wispy airiness that kicks up dirt around you to create a far more natural and in keeping with the environment, cloaking field, if you will, of dust and light. It doesn't make you invisible by any stretch of the imagination, but certainly it seems to conceal you all very well.
Dave, I don't know how long this will last, so let's make a go. Geronimo, do you know the direction? You know,
Would Geronimo know? I mean, this is I was slightly I missed a lot of the last session a little bit. Would Geronimo remember the direction? Obviously, the start of the recap. Sorry, I mean, would Geronimo remember the direction? It was west, but which way they had to go exactly to get to the ritual site?
They didn't tell you exactly, like with a map or anything. They told you west, northwest in the hills.
Northwest in the hills.
Which
Okay.
I will move over to the world map for the players. You guys are kind of just outside New Haven, so you're there-ish. Which
Sorry.
you know isn't very specific, but that's all you've got.
Okay. Geronimo kind of looks towards Douglas and goes, I know the direction, but it ain't so specific. That's what we're trying to get from this broad, but let's go west, and then north up in the hills.
hey, well, we just need to leave it for now, eh? I mean, bloody hell, I mean, we've ain't exactly done a good thing here.
Let's get back on the road and figure it out as we go along.
Maybe
Does-
we don't. Maybe we
does
don't go on
Brandon-
the road.
Is he like stirring, or is he still like? Unconscious?
Brannon is unconscious but stabilized, so his breathing is normal, but he very much looks... Well, actually, he looks awful. He's taken clearly a very nasty strike to the face, which will clean up in whatever way that the player decides he wants his terrifying scar to look like, but his face has been absolutely mangled.
Yeah. Well, with that, then, with Brannon still over his shoulder, Baron's going to approach the body of Frost and kind of peel away his now very bloody and holy jacket that was wrapped around her, and is just going to start walking further away from the city, kind of gesturing for the others to join.
Yeah, and I think Durgus will sort of keep the book open, just not really sure how this thing works, but quite quickly makes his way westwards alongside the others.
Yeah, Geronimo will lead. We'll try and help lead the directions, so they're sticking true to west.
Yeah, certainly it's easy enough for you to act the compass of the group and keep them on the roughly the right direction, and the route you are following keeps you mainly to a main road, if you are sticking to the roads, as you travel outwards. The stonework and paved sections very quickly make way for rutted dirt tracks, and it's about 10 minutes that you don't see anyone at all. Then, slowly but surely, you begin to spot ahead of you little groups of people. They look like farmers and the like, heading towards town. They don't seem to be in a rush, though you do notice a few people kind of point down in your general direction and scratch their heads as you begin to get closer to some of these people.
I think Baron's going to try and guide the group off the road.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, if the like pass without a trace is still up,
Yes, absolutely. It's still very much up.
yeah, in that case, he's just going to kind of, probably without saying much, just give a few motions off the road into more of a beaten terrain to try and disperse a bit.
Easy enough done. For those of you joining, Baron in hiding kind of off the track, very Hobbit style, please give me a stealth check and you will get a +10 to whatever you roll.
Okay.
Do I need to roll as well?
Yes.
Cool.
Say.
A 23,
17.
23 from Durgus, 26 from Baron, and a 17 from Geronimo, and I will also roll for Natara. That will be a 20 for Natara. So all round, a good set of stealth results with the pass without the trace. And as you kind of head off into the side, you wait for a few minutes when you begin to hear the lumbering of an oxen cart as it's pulled along the track just the other side of some bushes that you've ducked down behind. As they pass, you hear one farmer talking to another. Oi, aye! You think you've seen the that dust cloud that rolled on that way? Oh, mighty odd that they rolling around like that, but I suppose the wind's strange enough. And then his compatriot kind of nods his assent and seems to sound like they're in agreement before they get into some kind of discussion about the state of the roads as they continue to travel on. A few more moments pass, and as you look out, you can see the road looks pretty much deserted again, other than the retreating forms of the farmers who just went past.
That was close.
But I think we should be fine. Just we need to keep going. I mean, get away as far away from this place as bloody possible. I mean, they're gonna send guards out, probably more than guards. You know, I'm not really a criminal type, but I don't want to plan for murder.
Don't think any of us really wanted to do that, but
Hey, well, I don't want to say I told you so. We should just put a killed her back in the place, but it's fine. We can talk about this later. Let's, keep hoeing until sun goes down, set up camp, and hopefully they would have lost our trail by then.
Well, either way, I've got to make sure I don't drop Brannon.
Can either of you do anything to help him?
And I'm sort of out of juice.
That's fine. Well, let's just go, until he starts. And he sort of blinks a few moments. He finally seems to set his eyes on Brannon, sort of noticing the. What does he have? What does he have, Gavin? Oh, Gavin's fucking gone. Never mind.
Yeah, Gavin's dead for some reason. When you say what does he have, do you mean he's in the injury?
Yeah.
He has
I know it's a scar, but I don't know where he
hideous
wants
scar. So obviously we don't know what he's wanting. Given that the fight has just happened, we can keep it fresh. So basically, his face looks a mess. It looks mangled. Think of someone who's gone basically straight down some kind of ledge face first or something like that. Think frying pan to the face, lots of blood. Everything looks very smushed. His face is in a very bad way, and how it will end up will be down to Gavin when he reappears.
Yeah, and I think Durg has sort of seen the state of Brannon's face, so mushed up as it is. Right, well, maybe we need to stop a bit before. I'll try and see if we can find a clearing and, we'll camp up there.
We need some time to rest.
Yeah, indeed. Let's just get away from the bloody road. And with that, Durgus will try to lead sort of further into the forest. Sort of heading northwesterly still, just trying to find a clearing where maybe, they can park out.
So there isn't really forests up this way. There are sections and areas of trees and hedgerows and stuff like that, but the ground is mainly cleared for pasture and farmland, broken mostly actually by hills which appear more towards the horizon, again northwest of you. If you're heading in the direction of where you think the enemy are set up, then you'll probably be heading for the hills. Okay. The journey doesn't actually take that long. You guys reappeared in New Haven in the very, very early hours of the morning. You had your fight kind of in the morning, and by the time you get to the lowest kind of rolling up of the first of the hills to the northwest of New Haven, the day has probably only just hit about noon. The sun is at very much its zenith, and around you there is a bustling of gentle folk working in fields, hoeing the land, taking in crops, all sorts of agrarian tasks like that. Most pay you very little attention as you appear to just be some kind of rolling dust cloud for the beginning. And by the time the spell ends, about an hour after you cast it, you're well away from the site, and certainly a few people look up, give you a kind of a kindly wave, and then go back to their work as you continue on with your injured friend. Until the kind of foothills of this more broken up region.
Jeremy's going to look to the others and goes, So, before we go any further, don't you think we should probably have a bit of a rest? Make sure that our friend here, Ohatsy, don't croak it?
I was going to say, I mean, this sort of grassy knoll seems good enough. I mean, you can see around a bit and, well, I'm a bit knackered myself. So let's set up here, let's take turns sort of watching. I don't think they'll be able to follow us. I mean, that's what my buddy Grandpa used to say when he used to use this, but, just in case.
Huh, that's a nice saying.
He sort of says, clearly sort of his mind not entirely focused as he eases down and begins to sort of bundle, rocks and sticks together, trying to make a bit of a campfire for them to sort of settle around.
Yeah. Are we long resting or short resting here?
I think we should long rest.
We should definitely long rest.
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably for the best.
I guess we long resting.
Okay.
I think Baron's going to find a nice spot to prop Brannon up and kind of just maybe try and work some peasant blood out of his clothes and just try and clean himself up a bit.
Okay. So you guys quickly gather around this grassy knoll you've managed to find, putting your stuff down, setting Brannon down, and collecting things together for you to enjoy, at least as much as you can, a fairly quiet and relaxed afternoon into evening. With the long rest, and given that we've been going for almost an hour, I think now is about the time that we take our break. So we will go away, we'll grab drinks, we will rest ourselves, and then we'll come back kind of during and after the long rest onwards, okay?
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so we will be back in hopefully 10 minutes. And welcome back. We enjoyed a nice little break. I hope you did too. And we are right back exactly where we left off, which is atop a small hillock, sat around a campfire that burns gently into the night as our players come to terms with the slaughter that they themselves carried out today and plan how they might find the lair of the evil cult of Goblin.
Have we had a long rest then? Should we?
This is the beginning. If you guys have anything to talk about in the campfire,
Okay, yeah.
setting up
Geronimo's
role-play.
gonna. Yeah, no. What's roleplay? What is this? I want action. Geronimo's gonna kind of be already sat at the fire. He's kind of like poking at the fire with his stick. He's kind of looking pretty glum. He's kind of just says sort of out loud to no one in particular and goes,
I wonder if any of those people had any family.
Well, probably, but I try and justify it myself. We gave him ample warning. I mean, we told them what for, and it's I don't really want to undersell it, but we're thinking, sort of on a utilitarian branch. Almost 20 people died, so well, the entire bloody continent can live.
Yeah, but don't you think we could have maybe knocked them out or something?
Oh, jeez, with the power of hindsight, maybe, but when blood's drawn, they were gonna kill us, and it's sort of hard to bash them on the side of a sword. You always just see red.
Yeah, kill or be killed, as they do say sometimes.
I knew bloody saw him. I mean, the fact they got so rolled up, clearly there's something else happening in that bloody city, but unfortunately it fell on us. Let's hope, Brannon's alright. Yeah, I mean, it took a bloody gouge. Well, looks like it.
Still don't feel like it's something we can easily justify. I'm not sure how we're even going to get back to the ship, or whether our crew will find out and want to stick around. It's at the end of the day, they were looking out for those in their city. We explained the situation, but it wasn't
We
the
actively,
easiest thing.
tried to kill them. I mean, we gave them everything we could. We tried everything we could, apart from giving them to her, but if we let her free, I mean, she probably would have killed more. It's sticky, but I just hope that people understand.
I'm pretty sure that most people are just going to see it kind of black and white, kind of. That's the people were killed. Who's the perpetrators? Throw them in jail.
Exactly. Still, I mean, getting back to the boat, I could try the same sort of spell thing, but I mean, I don't really know how long it lasts. I mean, it's a bit of a while, but I don't want to rely on it. You could sort of make a boat or something. We'll think about it when we get to it. I mean, we may not even have to go back. I mean, you may just end up dying trying to bloody stop this summoning or awakening.
I'd like to hope not, but I suppose that makes it real again, doesn't it?
I feel like there's a lot of stuff that we don't sort of know, like that creature. Well, it clearly knew something, and annoyingly, seems kind of like it's probably gone and told them, so they're 100% expecting us.
I think they probably knew about us anyway.
If we're gonna get there, well, they may not have done Smalsy, but I think if we're gonna get there, we're gonna need that old fancy book magic of yours again, Captain.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, it depends how Brandon's feeling. With the original sort of spine plan, well, they may expect it. I don't really know how loyal that fish is to them. Maybe, the sort of white vixen was lying. I wouldn't be surprised. Clearly she's a bit of a dubious type, but we'll play it by ear. We'll sort of see how the thing is. I mean, we don't even know where this temple is. It could just be sort of carved into a mountainside and there's only one way in. But if we can be more subtle, I suggest we do it. I mean, we need to make up for this bloody mess.
That's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I've already got a bounty on me. I don't need another. Just another reason for Reginald D. What's-his-face to put me in a cage.
Well, we've likely made a name for ourselves.
I don't know our names, they know our faces. This kid's story, we got a bit of a mix-up.
I've seen Brannon cast disguises on himself, but I don't have anything of the sorts.
You know, sort of cut the hair and maybe dye it. I'm sure there's some sort of plants and stuff we can use to at least change the colour a little bit. Just do something.
We'll figure it out when we're heading back in.
Now I think we'll see how it fails, I guess. We wouldn't need the gold tonight right now, but we will it, we'll see.
Yeah, we should probably get some sleep so we're feeling fresh in the morning. I'm pretty exhausted.
Absolutely. Gather yourselves together, settle yourself begin to sort of put the pieces around and bring yourselves in for the night. Say the night, but actually those are bedding down. You are welcome to kind of stop here and fall asleep and do whatever it is you please, as you please. Now, so please feel free to take a long rest for me. Are you gaining any more than one hit die? I don't think so. I don't think you've spent any hit die, have
No,
you?
we haven't spent any.
No.
Okay, in which case it just take the 8 hours, so that'll take you roughly... It'll probably be mid-evening, early night, that everything comes back to. And apologies for the fact that we were still on the break screen there for whatever reason. Streamlabs froze for a minute. Yeah, not a clue why, but it was stuck.
I'm gonna click this button then.
Yeah, click that button. Have your long rest. Regain your hit points. Regain spell slots, obviously. Any class abilities there?
I just want to. Can I? I need to choose two. Hold on. I think I can choose two to have prepared. Okay, sorry. No, ignore me. I'm just thinking out loud.
Not a problem. Yeah, with regards to prepping spells, obviously, anyone can adjust those if they can. Although I think only Natara... Geronimo, do you change yours? Yeah,
I do, yeah.
That's fine. Okay, we can do that long rest. Because as the evening sets in properly, and you guys prepare to sally forth into the night, there is suddenly an odd call from off on the road. Hello? Hello? There's someone up there.
Aye? Who is it?
You're not cattle rustlers, are you?
No, travellers.
You sure you're not cattle rustlers?
Oh, do you see us rustling in the cattle?
You hear a mumbling of just, he's got a good point, you know, there's no cattle around you. And I thought, I'm Anglais. Do you mind if we come up?
No, not at all.
A few more moments pass, and maybe as you look down, you see a pair of Dragonborn approaching, both wearing very baggy working clothes and carrying in their arms kind of bindles and sticks as they make their way up towards where your campfire still is at roughly the end of your resting. They approach the edge of the campfire, and the one of them leans forward. Do you mind if we sit by the fire with you for a bit?
I don't see why not.
They both nod their heads happily and settle themselves down next to the fire, rubbing their hands together and warming them up as they look between you. So, the other one says, what you doing out up here for, then?
I mean, you could ask you the same question, are you? Are you castle rustlers?
No, we've got problems with them. That's why we're on our way to New Haven.
Yeah, you sort of farmers.
Aye, we got a small holding out that way, and he points Slightly further north, less away from, less towards the hills and more towards, slightly more towards the coast.
Yeah, well, yeah, so we're traveling, so up into the hills, sort of stargazing and stuff.
Oh, that sounds pretty nice. Your friend don't look in too good nick, though. He points over towards Brandon. What happened there? Starfall on him?
Yeah, you wish. I mean, he'd probably be in a bit of a less state. No, we encountered some trouble on the road.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Was that cattle rustlers?
Oh, yeah, I don't think we bothered to ask, but you certainly tried rustling us.
Oh, I believe it probably would be. Those bastards are getting everywhere round here. There's a couple of farms now that ain't got no cows no more. They've all been taken away. Isn't that right? And looks over to the other Dragonborn. That's right, that is. That's definitely right.
Has anyone seen them, or, just the sort of phantoms?
No, that's the damnedest thing. No one's seen no cattle rustlers, but what else is it going to be? They just vanish. Go out at night to check on the herd, and some of the fence is broken open, and you can see the footprints on the ground. You can see they've been led away up towards the hills and like, but never been caught. So that's why we're on our way to see the guard.
Aye, the guard. Well, I wish you luck in that. I mean, if you sort of encountered anything on the way, or, seen anything.
What do you mean? On the road here?
Aye.
Oh, we ain't been walking for too long. We left not only maybe an hour ago, just before sundown. But he kind of sniffs slightly, scratches at his chest a bit. I don't, nothing that stands out, nothing. Like, Dillian? He looks over to the other Dragonborn. No, I ain't seen nothing at all.
Aye, well, just keep your eyes out. You don't know what they're bloody doing these days. But, I mean, can you protect yourselves or anything to, defend yourself with? Luckily, we're any sort of gestures, to their weapons and things.
Oh, well, we're pretty handy in a fight, I'll have you know. Kind of what, the main one speaking kind of bristles slightly as if trying to show off, though he looks kind of weedy. I'll have you know, in our local village, that I was the 3 times champion of our arm wrestling competition.
Hey, Jeremy kind of cuts in front of Durgus a little bit, kind of looking towards him. Hey, that's pretty impressive. Out of curiosity, does the fence and all? You said to move up to the hills. Is that the hills to the north? Is your farm in the sort of that west side?
He pauses and scratches his head for a moment. Well, the fences aren't moving, but our farm is that way, and he points off towards the north. And they're getting broken on kind of the hillside, and that's where the tracks seem to lead. But he gives a slight shrug. We can't follow them too far. They go up the hills somewhere, and then they get lost. There's lots of beasts and things up there. Lots of wolves out at night. That's where the fences have got to be in good nick.
That makes sense. Well, hey, friend. I think, well, our sort of purposes may end up aligning. We can take a look for your cattle, at least find out who may be stealing them.
You gonna go talk to the guard as well?
No. Instead of talking to the guard, you show us back to your farm, and we'll go look for the cattle for yourselves. We're sort of adventurers ourselves, so we sort out problems for lots of people.
Oh, adventurers? I hear those folk are expensive.
Well, we ain't awful adventurers. Don't have to be an expensive ordeal, just...
But we ain't got much gold. And stories say that adventurers want gold for their troubles, and that's why we were going to go see the guard, because we already pay, taxes.
Do you have a roof over your head and food you could provide?
Aye. I think we have some scraps now, or if you wanted to go back to the farm, we could put you up for a night. There's some space we can put you in the house. The house it's only got 1 bedroom spare, but we could put you in the barn, since we ain't got no cows to put in there now.
Baron kind of looks around to the rest of them, shrugs his shoulders a bit.
We got a friend who ain't feeling so good, so
I
probably
see.
a better night a better place to sleep, probably a good idea. I mean, heck, we'll take that as payment and some food as well. Go check out your cattle problem.
We mighty fine offer of you. He looks round at the other Dragonborn. What do you say? Pauses, scratching at his chin for a moment. I quite like the sound of that, I do. Yeah, all right. Go on, Anglais, it's all right. The main lead Dragonborn nods his head. All right, folks. I mean, if you want to, we could get over there in an hour or so. You could take a look around.
Alrighty, well, it works for me.
All right. And they push themselves up and begin to make their way towards the kind of edge of the fire, waving for you to follow them as they slow down to allow you time to collect your things. You notice that Angle, the main one that have been speaking, appears to have a limp of some sort.
I think sort of seeing this limp, Durgus sort of eyes him a bit over. You know, I don't mean to intrude, but what happened there?
Oh, this? He kind of slaps at his hip slightly. A little bit embarrassing, actually. Born with my bones fused in the way they shouldn't have. The midwife says I wasn't supposed to live, really, but they had to break them when I was born to get them. You know, he kind of does a gesture of snapping either side before shuddering slightly. It's just kicked me in the hip this whole time. It makes it ass to try and deal with the cows and stuff, but I don't do too well in the fields. On the back of a wagon, I'm a nightmare, I'll tell you. 4 times winner of the wagon race round the village. He waves at you. You would see.
Oh, you're doing well for yourself.
What I tell my ma, God rest her souls.
Her souls?
God's rest her soul. He scratches at his head. Sorry, new common ain't no. I'm not too good at my common.
Oh yes, same. But I'm more of a sort of. I speak Gnomish, my first language. They don't speak Gnomish around these parts. Mostly in Cogwheel.
In what wheel?
Don't worry.
Oh, all right. And seeing as you kind of collect your things together, Brannon is stowed over his shoulder, I'm sure, quite safely. You're led down the hillock away from the embering remains of your fire and off towards a route actually taking you, kind of ringing you round the hills rather than going up into them directly. As you move, the Dragonborn give fairly pleasant conversation, just discussing some of the crops that they grow and how business has been lately and what life is like in a kind of more rural community. Before eventually you arrive on the outskirts of what is a very modest homestead. There's a couple of large fields that appear to have cereal crops, as well as a couple of small paddocks, one of which on the kind of mountainside, or the hillside of the road, appears to be currently in the process of being repaired. One side of the fence has been almost completely torn open, and the paddock sits empty. The Dragonborn points up towards that. That's the pasture land that they've been stealing from. We moved what's left of what we got into the other one. He points to one that's behind the house, away from the other one. But it's not the same. The grass is just greener there. Shockingly enough, they just do better. It's actually also a little bit larger. There's more space for them to roam. They just seem a bit happier. Don't like putting them behind the house, but it's that or they get stolen.
Huh.
And with insightful debate like that, they continue to lead you towards the house before gesturing up towards a fairly large barn that's attached to the side of the accommodation area.
I was legit just about to say something, and you just
Go
like,
for it.
and moving.
I mean, there was a very long gap there, and you had to say, "Oh."
No. I was trying to say "huh" and then go on to say something else, but
You carry on,
never
dude.
mind.
You
No.
carry on.
Okay.
The moment's gone.
Yeah, moment's gone. Moment's past.
They gesture you towards the barn, where he unlocks the front of it and unlatches it to allow you in, and you can see a couple of kind of bundles of hay that are spread around and clearly meant to be stored away. Just throw your friend down in one of those. I'm sure it'll be fine there. The hay's fairly soft, I suppose, but he shrugs slightly. What food do you want? We've got some bread in the house. It's a little bit, I think it's a day old now, but it should still be good.
Baron would likely put down Brannon, assuming that he'd be the one carrying him. I think that would be fine. Thank you. And could you offer some water at all as well?
Yeah, of course. We got some of that fresh around the back. Better than the stuff we give the horses.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, see you in a minute. And with that, he wanders off with his compatriot as they go and collect some day-old bread and pails of water for you.
So polite, so nice. I don't think Durgus would wait around, sort of getting on the case. Just how dark is it? Sorry. we speaking now? Is it sort of still
It's well
mist or-
no, it's well past nightfall at this point. We are now
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we're not pitch black, but we are very dark.
Yeah, screw it. Then wait for morning. So if it was evening, he'd go investigate. But no, he'd wait for them to return.
Okay. In which case, they return with your food and with your water, leaving you be fairly quickly, as you guys just want to chill out for. I mean, it's another long rest, but you know you're not gaining anything for it. You could just chill out until the morning.
I'm trying to remember. We were on a bit of a timer, weren't we?
2
Give me
days.
2 days. Okay,
2 days
yeah.
from when you'd spoken to the married.
We definitely are on a timer then. So I think yeah, Durgus sort of eating his fill and drinking some pails would strike up a torch and make his way into the fields where they said the cows were when he sort of got stolen. And sort of, yeah, moves his way towards the fence, sort of follows along it, trying to see if it was still broken, you know, trying to keep his eye out for any sort of days-old tracks and stuff.
Yeah, of course. And I assume you guys are going with Durgus?
Yeah, we'll follow.
Perfect.
Where the captain goes, we go.
Absolutely. Though Natara and Brannon will stay behind. Brannon because he's unconscious and in deep pain, though he may not be aware of it. And Natara because she is something of your medical expert and she needs to look after him. Crossing over the road towards the larger pasture field, you make your way around the edge and find the section of fence that has been broken open. Everyone give me an investigation. Or a perception. I'll take either with this one, actually. It's not too...
Investigation or perception?
Yeah, your choice.
Dealer's choice.
Absolutely.
8.
25 from me.
It's a 21 from me.
Okay, so for Baron, for you, all it looks like someone's come over and just part of the fence is gone. That's pretty much as you can guess. Geronimo, you and Durgus have slightly better time of it, especially considering your dark vision and the torch that's been struck. And from the kind of sections of wood and where they're placed around the outside, it looks as if something has either knocked the fence from inside outwards, or something outside has pulled the fence up and pulled it out towards the hills. You can see sections of it scattered out over in the bushes and the shrubs towards the hills. So it looks like someone may have come along and pulled it all out that way. With a 25 and a 21 looking around, you also find in amongst the tracks and stuff evidence of what looks to be perhaps wheels, as if a cart was perhaps used to help pull the fence out.
A cart. And is there like... Does it seem to be moving off towards the north then? Into the hill?
Off towards the west, which is into the hills.
Ah, into the hills, okay. John, we kind of... Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, so you similarly sort of peer over this and see it. Well, it's definitely a sort of a job. I mean, they've got a cart, pulled it out, or maybe, just hypnotize the cows and force them to break their own way out. I'm not entirely sure, but still, I wouldn't be surprised if these are the same men we're looking for. And, I don't really want to leave those two behind, but it would be best going under cover of night if we're trying to make it subtle.
So what? We ain't gonna rest, or?
It depends just how far this bloody thing is, but, we rested before. I'm fine to start trekking. We've got this torch, and...
Okay. Let's get going then. It's quite clear that they came from this direction, so we should take a look.
I just don't really want to run out of time. The person said 2 days. 2 bloody days if it's been, technically 1, but we don't really know how far this bloody thing is.
Let's get this over and done with, and hopefully the others will be ready to go afterwards. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to take your word for what you're saying. It's just a whole offense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
So, heading up towards the hills then, I assume?
Yeah, we obviously didn't tell the other two about it.
Could you give me a survival check then, please, if you're trying to track the route that these places are headed?
Will anyone else help?
Yeah?
Is
Is
anyone else proficient in survival?
Oh.
I am proficient in
Then
survival.
I will allow advantage on the roll with Baron's help.
Thank you. Still not good, but that's 14.
14. That's not awful. The tracks at first are very easy to follow. There is clearly a mixture of humanoid tracks alongside the scuff marks, the kind of long tracks that are clearly wheels of some sort, that head straight up kind of between a couple of the hills, following at least as level a route as possible that still takes them upwards. You are walking for perhaps 20 minutes, half an hour, following these same tracks before it begins to become a little bit more difficult as the ground begins to become broken up by rocks and crags and things like that that crop up between the hills. Eventually you reach a point where you actually find the cart. It appears to have been abandoned in a kind of patch of brambles and overgrown thickets, kind of just pushed over into them, and with the wheels broken off. And from what you can tell with some ropes tied to the back of it, it pretty much was used as some kind of hauling device to try and pull the fence out. With the obvious tracks of the cart no longer useful, you stalk around trying to pick out the tracks of the humanoids you can follow. But here it becomes a little bit more difficult, as the stone means that the tracks aren't so easy to follow, and additionally there appears to be a number of animal tracks that kind of scuff it up, some even fresher than the tracks of the people that were here before, meaning that you're definitely on the right, you definitely went the right way, but from this point onwards, natural tracking of these tracks at least it's not going to help you any further.
Okay. Are there at least any routes which seem a bit more well-worn or scuffed than
That
others?
would be exactly the same as you following tracks.
You know, I'm pulling at straws here.
You are, yes.
Okay. I think with them abandoning it, those will sort of peer towards the others. Well, we found some kind of proof. It seems they must have pulled their way in, but I mean, these are definitely hills, right? I wouldn't be surprised if the cultists were behind us.
What exactly do you mean? Are you saying that perhaps the cult had something to do with this?
I'm saying that exactly. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they need, like, you know, a certain amount of blood or, like, cow souls to a Wiccan, well, you know, the big U man. But the fact that they've abandoned this, I wouldn't be surprised if they've just gone up. I mean, they wouldn't just leave it here if, you know, they could drag it any further.
Perhaps there's something else nearby that they've ventured into, but
I wouldn't be surprised. Sort of looking up, how steep are these sort of hills? Is it more sort of like craggy or rocky, or is it?
Think more rolling hills. There are sections where there are a couple of crags and a few rocks showing where it gets a little bit steeper, but for the most part, it's not too. The incline is not too harsh.
Okay. So it does seem like if they were going up, they could have just pulled the thing with them.
Yeah, if they were going up, there are definitely sections of hill that would have been probably easier and could have taken the cart far more easily.
Okay. I think Darius at that point would look over the cart itself. You know, sort of beneath it, around it, trying to see if there's any more traces of what exactly it was carrying.
That's a fairly good one. Give me an investigation.
Not very good at this.
No.
Would Geronimo help, perhaps? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
How could you say that in character?
Well, an investigation.
Aye. Geronimo, would you mind helping me look around this thing? I mean, it's the only clue we sort of have.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at looking around for stuff, but I wouldn't be what you call proficient in investigation work.
Hey, well, that's rather unfortunate. I was hoping for some sort of advantage in my keen eyes. But
I could definitely help you by looking, though. I can look
well,
around.
how about you give it a look and you know, I'll sort of hold it still.
Okay.
Geronimo's going to take the place of
Yeah,
Douglas.
Geronimo, you can make the investigation check. Considering disadvantage for how bad that got. But you know what? No, just a normal investigation.
Fine, it's funny. It's funny.
It was funny, yes.
20.
20 is a very good
Easy.
investigation. I think you're glad you put Geronimo in. to investigate for you, because Geronimo, you quickly scour over the cart. A quick look, you immediately find some fresh looking patches of dark red blood. Not too large, as if something that perhaps was bleeding but wasn't killed there had been put into the back of the cart. Additionally, you also find these strange kind of scratching marks, not of an animal or a beast, not claw marks, but rather the kind of notches that metal or devices or some kind of studding might make. You've obviously worked as an engineer before, and you know that certain machinery or tools or things can create these kind of wooden notches, and these appear to be in the base of the cart as well, as if something very hard made of metal, or perhaps something moving and made of metal, had also sat in the cart for some time as well.
So,
what'd you see?
that looks like something sort of made out of metal sort of was in this cart. Don't know what though.
I mean, there's a little bit of blood too. I wouldn't be surprised if they killed the cows and just dragged them back up. But if they killed them, then what the bloody hell is it?
Dad, I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but you don't think they're trying to create a body for this thing?
I mean, they wouldn't do it out of cows, would they?
I don't know. It's probably less problems than killing a load of humans, right?
I guess so. I guess if you're some sort of strange demigod, you don't really care what your vessel is, as long as you have one. But I'm sort of hoping it's more for the ritual as opposed to any sort of terrifying body.
Geronimo's going to look around to see if the blood trails off anywhere.
Give me a survival check. Cannot have help from the rest of the party, as Durgus and Baron survivaled their way up here. Essentially avoiding repeat rolls for the same thing over and over again.
So do you want me to do the...
Yeah, you have to give the survival
Yeah.
check.
Okay.
As I said, to avoid repeat rolls from other people doing stuff over and over again,
Okay.
since they've made survival checks to get you here.
Yes,
one.
man. Oh, no, not that one! Oh my god, 17, thank god.
It's not that one, it's the 16, which becomes a 17. With a 17... You can't follow a trace of blood. There's not like a track or a trail or anything like that. But you do notice that some of the stones leading up the steeper section of the hill nearby have droplets of blood. Just on one side. There's not a track leading upwards, but they're definitely over there. And they don't appear to be anywhere else.
Okay, so they kind of end, they stop.
Yeah, you
As,
find a couple of splotches of blood on those stones leading up the steeper side of this hill, but there's not like a trail or a track.
Okay. That looks like they kind of go up that sort of hill there. Why don't we follow the track to see? Well, it kind of leaves off, but I imagine they're probably going in that direction.
Hey, good eyes. Well, let's not wait any longer. He sort of raises his torch and begins trudging off that way.
Woods.
With Durgus leading the way, you begin to clamber up the rocks, and they begin to get steep. Very steep, in fact. It turns from a difficult clamber to almost a rock climb as you go. Could everyone please give me an athletics check if you're going to just climb up?
Okay.
Oh no.
Ooh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
You guys roll fantastically. The 17, 12, and 27, those are more than enough. This isn't, any kind of Olympic
Oh, no,
roll.
Geronimo hasn't done his yet. Oh, my
20!
god. Yeah!
20!
Sorry, I took your
20s.
I took your survival as the roll. Never mind, and that 20 and 18 from Geronimo instead. You are,
Jesus.
strength or no strength, you are up. The three of you make your way up relatively easily. You're a little bit out of breath, but it's more of a warm up than any kind of exhausting work as you go. So that by the time you've made your way up the steepest sections of rock, tell me your passive perceptions again. Or it's just 10 plus your perception modifier.
Mine is 18.
Mine is 13.
Geronimo?
Sorry, I just went to go put some lights on. Say that again.
Your passive perception, that's right.
My passive perception. Let me just double check. How do I figure that out again? Or see
10
it on
plus
the-
10 plus perception modifier.
10 plus perception modifier. It's 14 passive perception.
Okay, so in fact, you all notice as you're beginning to climb up a section of the rock that is very, very steep. And at first you veer away from it until you realise, even in the dark, with the light cast from the torch, that there is a slight flicker of shadow, suggesting perhaps there's a slight alcove there. Investigating, I assume?
It seems like there's a sort of slight alcove over there, Jorma says as he points towards it.
Let's investigate, I assume.
Oh, it's like you read my mind. Making your way over towards the alcove, you actually find a flat section of rock. The stone wall, rather than having been naturally formed, instead you find what is quite clearly a handmade section of door. The door itself is perfectly smooth, though obviously rough, as it's made of stone and clearly been done in a hurry. And inlaid into the door, quite clearly flickering in the light of the torch, is 5 gemstones in a almost pentagonal shape, with one in the 6 gemstones in a pentagonal shape with one at the center, and carved in common above the doorway it says, "The stars align for the Altua, in the wheel they shattered." And for my players, I'll put this I'll put this up on the stream just as soon as OBS unfreezes again. You will find, as you load in, the doorway.
Oh my fucking god.
There
What
in
is
front of
this?
you.
Okay. Oh, well, buckle in, people. We're going to be here a while.
Well, as I said, they will be able to see as soon as OBS unfreezes itself again. I literally don't know why it does this, but for now, you guys can see this section of stone on the front of the doorway. Each of these gemstones appears to have been inlaid quite deeply into the rock, and sparkles just slightly in the flicker of the torch.
Oh, how nice of it. Right. Let's put this -1 intelligence to work, shall we? Durgus, of course, seeing this sort of door which they came up to, would first read the words aloud for everyone, sort of going over it quickly. Stars aligned for the do you know what that is? He sort of says, pointing towards the word Altua, extending the question out towards everyone else, maybe trying to recall himself if he knows what the hell an Altua is.
I believe... Got it set up for the stream. I believe you have seen the word before. Would you like to make a check?
Give me
Is
a
that what
second.
are you asking for a check, or...?
I'm control Fing my campaign 2 notes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I haven't written it down. Alright.
Fantastic.
So that probably means it was in the session I wasn't here.
I also
only-
haven't written it down.
If only we had someone who wasn't BRB with the keen mind trait who could recall something like this.
Actually, you may not have seen this word before. So, yeah, okay, yeah. You may not have seen the word Altua before. You can give me a religion or a history check if you would like, but you do so at disadvantage.
Oh. What was that, religion or history?
Religion or history, I'll take either.
See, both mine are the same. Durgus would be more history than religious, so let's go for that. Oh! 12!
A 12? A 12 is an okay recall of history. You have never heard of the Altua before.
No,
Epic.
classic.
Yeah, classic.
Maybe some sort of code? I don't really know. I know what the wheel is, though. And, it's shattered. What are these doing? He sort of goes round, and he looks at the various gems. With his dwarven knowledge, can he tell which each of them is?
You have a feature to do with, like, stonework and stuff,
I do,
don't you?
yes. It's, give me a second. Stone cunning.
Yeah?
Whenever you make an intelligence history check related to the origin of stonework, you're considered proficient in a history skill and gain double your proficiency bonus. It's about the origins of
Yeah.
stonework.
So you get you basically
yeah.
get expertise in a check. Okay, you can give me another history
Yeah.
check. This one's at normal. And do you have history as proficient?
I don't, but it counts as proficient
Yeah.
because
Well, you
of,
count as proficient as
yeah.
double because of stone cunning. So you actually get expertise in it for this.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
whatever you roll it, roll another history check. We'll take it at normal, and you can have a +6 to what you roll.
Well, that's 24 then.
A 24, fantastic. Okay, so the Altua mean nothing to you. However, doors like this are not entirely unknown. The gems are a nice touch, but what you appear to have here is a puzzle door. Now, puzzle doors can come in a number of different forms, but in the form that it currently takes, you believe you have to draw some kind of pattern between the stones to unlock the door.
Thank God. Right. I think Burgess obviously seen these, sort of going over the various gems, something seems to spark in his mind. You sort of see him he sort of visibly eases backwards. Oh, bloody hell, I've heard about these. I ain't never seen one, but, I mean, it's probably quite obvious, but it's some sort of puzzle door. We just need to connect or draw a line sort of between them. It's just, the matter of how.
Well, do we just draw it out with our hand, or
And he just to sort of check, he takes his finger and he sort of presses it forwards, and sort of pressing at the topmost one, like the amber, he sort of pulls it over, like sort of halfway towards the blue one to the right, seeing if any sort of like magical inclination happens, or if it very much is just tracing.
As you put your hand over the amber gem at the top, it immediately comes alight. And as you drag your hand down towards the light blue gem, that also lights up. A small line of colour appears between the two. However, the gems suddenly flash twice, the line vanishes, and both of the gems go out.
well, how about this? If it mentions the stars, well, you can draw a star between this, surely, right? And Baron will run his fingers kind of like across the gems, like so, from there to there, there, then
Okay,
there.
I'm going to stop you. As soon as you illuminate the yellow and then the blue, the line travels across. They pause for a moment as you move your hand downwards. Before you've even arrived at the next gem, they flash twice and immediately go out again. And essentially you end up drawing a load of lines between two gems that light up and then blink and go out.
Right. Well, yeah, we had the right idea. I think the alto is the sort of key to this, but we don't really know what it is. Maybe it's some sort of, star quadrant we've got to draw. Or maybe, it's just we start in the middle, then go to one. Shattering wheels. We could maybe do a wheel, circle all the way around. He'd be a bit of a scuffed one, but he sort of takes a step back, and he actually peers up into the starry sky, trying to see if any sort of pattern would reveal itself.
You can give me a survival check for that.
Oh, only 7.
With a 7? You've used the stars to navigate before, and certainly you know of a few of the constellations up there. Looking up at the night sky, you recognise a few of them, though none of these, and especially none of the ones you know, would be the same as, it could be referred to as the Altua or the wheel or the shattering or anything similar to the words you can see on the stone door. Additionally, looking around, you can't pick up anything that seems to suggest an actual pattern, again, akin to any of the words you can see.
Okay. Right, well, I think you're onto something with the star. It's just, we need to find the right way to do it.
Well, let's just try and work from.
Start with the middle. And then just, and he starts with the middle, then just moves it over to the yellow one at the left. And then he waits a second to see if anything happens.
Oh, what the hell? That's cool.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. I'm a fan of this. Good job, Alex.
Wait, hold on. Did you do that, Jensen, or did Alex do that?
Alex did that.
That's sick. Wait, hold on. Is this scripted, Rob? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, I am doing this. This is sorry, I was muted there for a second. As you hold your hand over the red gem and then drag it over to the yellow one, the line appears across the stone again, and the two gems light up, and this time they stay alight.
Well, now we should try and draw the rest of the star, maybe?
Hey, we've just got to do it in the right order. What would you say next? Horizontal?
No, I think you go down to that little turquoisey looking one.
No, if we're doing a star, then we've got to surely horizontal down to the turquoise, up to the amber, then down to the blue.
Hmm.
Oh, you mean you go from the yellow one to the turquoise one?
Yellow to the light blue, down to the turquoise,
Yeah.
and then up to
Up
the,
to the
sort of
amber.
amber, and down back to the
Is that the steps you would like to take?
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
that's the steps we'd like to take, please.
As you draw your hand over towards the light blue, the gem of the light blue would illuminate. All three of the gems would then flash, go out,
No.
Oh,
and the lines would vanish.
Oh. Shit.
Well, we obviously had the first two right, and then he touched the red one and the yellow one again.
Yep, absolutely.
Right, give me a second. I'm opening Paint. Right. No, I've got to visualize this. We probably got to make a full star. It's just
You can draw on
Oh, I
Foundry.
can.
Yeah, you can draw on Foundry.
Wait, can I? Oh, I
Yeah,
can do. I
there's
can
a-
do it
there's
with
a-
my I can.
You
do
can,
it
I mean, you
with
can
the-
use that, or I think there should be is there a pencil for you?
I don't.
Is there a pencil icon on the left? Because I've got one, but I'm not sure if you.
No, we
No,
don't.
okay. In which case, you can use the measuring thing.
Wait, can you? Oh, it's not like. It's not
It
the other
is,
one.
but I forget what the button is. Hang on.
What you? It's not that one. It's not because it was right click back on the other. I don't know if we can say it. I feel like we're giving false advertising.
What, roll
Either
20?
way-
No, we were on roll
Yeah,
20.
yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Nah,
So
see,
we're doing.
the
we're
button.
doing
I've
that.
forgotten what the button is. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it. It's control and left click. So you left click and left click and drag,
Oh.
and then when you hit control, there you go.
Oh my god.
There you go. So there's going to be lots of measuring, I'm sure.
Oh right. Okay. Right. Well, one of us has to do this, otherwise it's. Gonna
Yeah,
be
if all three of you do it, I'm going to do nothing. But so as you swing your hand over the red gem and then drag it over up to the yellow one, the line appears between the two, and they both begin to glow.
Actually, that works. That works. Okay, we're doing that. Shit. Durgus would go from the red to the yellow, and then from there he'd go down to the dark blue and wait to see if it remained.
Okay. The line would draw between the yellow and the dark blue. The dark blue would illuminate, and then all three gems will flash and go.
No, god damn it! There's so many ways to do this. Wait, is there? Wait, no. Because
And then
those are the only two ways to make a proper star. We don't need to make it. Oh god damn it!
It's technically a process of elimination at this point.
You are going. I mean, you are going through a process of elimination. Yes.
See, that was the only way to make it a proper star. Because we tried that and that didn't work, and we tried that and that.
No, hold on. No, we didn't. We checked with the light blue, right?
Yeah.
But we did all five. We did all of them in sequence. Try it with the light blue. Just go to the yellow and then go to the light blue. See
No,
if
we
that works.
did try that before.
No, we didn't.
They did while you were AFK.
We did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we know it's not a star. Durgus sort of peers over towards Geronimo. Your bloody memory's good. Do you remember this at all? And he sort of points towards the word Altua.
Would Geronimo know the word
Your
Altua?
feature is no good to you here.
Yeah.
So-
Geronimo shakes his head. I ain't heard it any time in the last month. That's for sure.
Right. Oh, bloody hell. Well, I guess I don't know if there's a number of times we can do this thing, but I guess we just have to. He sort of cracks his knuckles, as yeah, that's what I was thinking next to do.
Maybe
Could
try
you-
that.
the wheel, yeah. Then go from the yellow to the orange and see if that sticks.
Okay, so as you hold your hand over the red, it comes a light. The line is then drawn to yellow, and yellow would illuminate. And the line would then carry on as you dragged your hand over to the orange.
Yeah.
That would illuminate.
Please.
That's it.
Oh! We did it! We did it!
We're like halfway done.
Right, now he tries going to the right, to the light blue one.
Okay, the line would carry on.
Or if it's just a fucking.
As you dragged it along to the light blue would then illuminate and they would stay.
Oh, for God's sake. For God's sake, right, now we're going to, right, okay, we're going to the dark blue.
You would then drag your hand down and the dark blue would illuminate.
And we'll go to the goddamn green.
Along to the green. The green also glows. All of them are glowing right now.
Does anything happen? He's going to keep his finger there.
No, nothing's happened yet. They stayed illuminated. Everything is glowing.
He's going to go back to the center.
And as you drag the line back to the center, all of them would flash and go out one at a time.
Why would you do that? Geronimo kind of looks over towards Douglas and slaps his on the arm and goes, "Why would you do that?" And slaps him. There we go, on the arm.
Well, they made a bit of a funny mouth face, man. You know, so I'm thinking devouring the world. Let's do it how it's meant to be. And then he sort of goes back and does it, but reconnects the final one.
Okay, so you go center, around.
Yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Then
Okay.
fills the circle.
So, I'll just draw in the lines quickly. There we go. There. Connects up to there. Connects up to there. And everything stays, but the door doesn't open.
Right, well, we've got 6 glowing gems. What now?
Does this thing just open? And Baron will walk up to the door and just try and open it.
No, the door is still well set into the mountainside there. It is not moving. You have clearly not finished the puzzle.
Geronimo's going to try and grab Douglas' hand and move it towards the center.
So back along the line from yellow to red.
Yeah.
The line is still there already. The hand is now over the red.
Wait. Do we now have to make the star? Yeah, the stars aligned for the outer and the wheel they shattered. In. Oh my god, it's just like... We're probably horribly overthinking this, aren't we?
Spin the wheel.
Oh, okay. Geronimo's going to move Douglas' hand to the yellow and then to the turquoise across.
Yeah. Like
The
that?
line draws between the two.
Yep, and then I take it... Wait, give me a second. I've got to mentally map this. Control, click, control, click.
Yeah,
See
like that.
Does that... No, because then it's kind of skew...
No.
It's a little bit skewy.
So you're gonna go from light blue to green.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to think of the best way to do it.
Okay, light blue to green. Light blue to green doesn't do anything. It stays a light. Green to orange.
Orange.
Green to orange works.
And then down to blue.
Orange down to blue. Yep.
And then I reckon just back to red.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because that completes a circle, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, back to red.
And as you drag your hand up to the red, the lines connect. Each of the stones goes out, though the lights stay there, and there is a loud thunk as dirt and dust is kicked out from seams that suddenly appear around a doorway in the stone. There is then a grinding sound as the doorway inches backwards as if under its own power, and then shunts left to the side, dragging itself into the stone wall of a tunnel that leads deep into the hill. As you have solved the doorway puzzle.
So glad it didn't take us 3 hours. That's
With it being now 9:10, again, we've been playing for about an hour-ish, so I think we'll take another break here at the entrance to the tunnel leading into the hills, and when we return, we will go on through until the end of the session, okay?
Okay.
Fantastic. So we shall be back in, hopefully, 10 minutes.
Yay!
Yay.
And we are back. A little bit longer than 10 minutes, but we're having a little chat about our own stuff, because that's what you do when you're friends as well as gamers and as well as streamers. Wow, we're so impressive.
What's friendship?
Oh, I don't know, dude. I've lost it in the mire that is all of the D&D. What we are doing now, though, is we are beginning perhaps our descent into some kind of face-off. Oh, something that perhaps has been foreshadowed and promised between a number of islands. We are descending down through a tunnel. The stonework around you is smooth and worn by the passage of many feet, whilst towards the exit of the tunnel there is a smattering of mosses, lichens, and crawling grasses that have broken through the stone. As you peer forwards into the gloom, using dark vision for the two of you that actually counts for, and as well as the light from the torch, you can see that eventually the plant life all seems to actually die up. You can see it transition from the kind of bright greens towards the entrance of the tunnel into the deeper kind of reds and browns, and then right at kind of the edge of that, about 40 feet in, just where the light starts to fade out, you can see it fades away into just dusty death. And beyond that, there is no plant work, whatever, over the stone. There's a clear transition into some kind of evil that almost seems to emanate from the darkness in front of you.
Well, that's, I mean, it sets the tone at least. I mean, I can't be the only one seeing this.
Yeah, what did you expect? I definitely don't feel so good down here.
Right, well, you just, I think we need to be careful. I mean, worst case scenario, I'll, cast a spell again. We can be quite quiet, but I don't really want to be caught, at least until we get to the main bit. Just stick close and, well, we'll get through this. We'll show them what for.
Yeah, let's take a bit of a more cautious approach. We don't want to be jumped by them, right?
Aye.
When it's only the three of us.
Well, let's just hope the others two catch up in time. But, right, come on. And he goes and draws his long sword. Holding
Hey,
Geronimo kind of touches Douglas's back and goes,
do we want to, be super sneaky using that magic you got?
I don't know. I mean, I'd rather do it when we get a bit closer. He sort of seems to think for a second. He should have say how long it lasts down here. Just give me a moment. And he, yet again, sort of just places his longsword down and not letting it clatter to the floor or anything. Unbinds the book from his chest and sort of reads through the dwarven scripture. He sort of narrows his eyes, sort of speaking aloud, until finally, it says around an hour-ish. That should be all right, surely.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take any longer, surely.
Oh, fingers crossed. Just give me a moment, and he sort of stands up and sort of performs this thing, kind of like these strange sort of motions with his hands, seemingly following the instructions put down in the book. As once more, I'd like to try and cast passive out of trace. If that's right, Alex.
Yeah, of course.
Which gives us a +10 to stealth checks, and it's all those within 30 feet of me. Sexy. That's an hour. With that done, he sort of takes the belts, straps it to his chest once more, takes his longsword in his left hand, torch in his right, and begins to creep forwards into the area above. And when he gets to that more sort of deathly place, he actually tries to press his ear towards one of the walls, seeing if maybe he can hear any vibrations, maybe like the murmurs of someone speaking or moving.
Give me a perception check, please.
13.
13's okay. Nothing like speaking or murmuring or anything like that. As you peer down, you can see that the tunnel carries on for a little ways, descending very, very slowly, staying mostly horizontal with a couple of dips here and there. Listening carefully, you can hear the wind or the air as it moves out towards the exit behind you. Nothing audible, certainly. though on the wind you do catch a faint stench. It's something you recognise, that kind of fetid seaweed smell.
I think Durgus balks a little as he infests his nostrils. He sort of eases back. Right, this is them for the bloody shore. I think we'll be going down some sort of dank chamber, so just, keep your eyes peeled.
Though it definitely would be the dankest of chambers.
Hey, very... No, I'm not going to do this joke. And he just nods and moves on down into the dank 420 weed kush chamber.
That's so gamer of you. Leading the way into the chamber. You guys are moving quietly, yes? That's why I cast that.
Yes, quietly.
Could you all roll me a stealth check then? And obviously you get your +10 for being near Durgus.
Oh my god. Oh my god, 32!
32. Durgus, you are silent. Oh!
15.
32
Oh my god! What?
Two
Double
30.
32.
Double nat 20s, 2 32s, and a 15 from Baron. With double 3s.
Can our double nat 20s kind of try and help Baron to not be so unchosen?
Honestly, even with a 5, with a +10, 15 is still a very good stealth roll. And as you move off into the darkness, you are pretty much, as far as you can tell between you, absolutely silent. You're not quite unseen, as Durgus is still carrying a torch, and as much as the shadows are being pulled around you, they don't block out just a blazing torch. And so it's not quite perfect, but you are certainly, nothing's going to hear you approaching.
Yeah.
Continuing down the tunnel, eventually you all begin to hear this faint clapping sound, if you will, this kind of repeated bashing over and over and over again, as if something is slapping itself up against the wall. It's quite slow, quite melodic, once every second or so, like a metronome.
Oh, sorry. Some Dutch friends have recently taught me the words, I think it's like swaffling, which Google in your own time. But no, I think obviously hearing a strange slapping. Is it like a clap, like a hand clap, or is it like
no? Think something bashing itself up against the stone of the wall.
Okay, and this is a fleshy something. Like, is the sound quite?
It's
sort
definitely
of firm,
it's definitely a fleshy sound.
Okay, I think hearing this, is it like, are we in complete blackness? Apart from the torch.
Apart from the torch, yes. There is the faint kind of silhouette of a slightly kind of bluer blackness behind you where the doorway is, but the cave itself, or the tunnel that you're in, is entirely dark.
Okay. I think Durgus, with him and Geronimo being as sneaky as they are, would sort of place the torch down and sort of points with 2 jabbing fingers towards the other 2, and then towards the torch, sort of giving them the gesture as to sort of stay put for a second, as he tries to sort of creep forwards and with his dark vision try to make out what exactly the slapping noise is, if he can see it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you hand over the torch, obviously you fall yourself into complete darkness and you make your way forwards, eventually arriving at a slight dip in the stair that lead to some stairs heading down to another section of tunnel that begins to wind. However, at the bottom of those stairs, and clearly quite oblivious to your presence, you see the shuffling form of a fairly thin-looking humanoid creature, though any other details about what this thing is other than that are simply impossible to say, as its body appears to have been encased in what looks like the shells from the sea, spines almost like that off the back of a shark, and its skin has this scaly, slick look, the same as a fish. The creature is standing up against the wall and quite repeatedly and quite assuredly bashing its head over and over again on the wall. Not quite hard enough to bash its own brains out, but doing so quite firmly and forcefully. It's not just like brushing up against the wall or anything.
Okay. Just how does it look like he can sort of be like maneuvered around, or is it sort of quite in a bit of a tight corridor?
The corridor is not very wide. You can't really maneuver around. Like if you were with your stealth check, I mean, and how silent you are, you could probably skulk behind it, but you'd be going one at a time very slowly. And frankly, despite the fact that Baron is still very quiet, with how close you'd have to get, it still might notice him.
Okay. Sort of coming to this realization, he eases back towards the others, sort of welcoming the embrace of the light, as he sort of quite lowly sort of eases towards them. You got one of the sort of fishy, shelly people just sort of bashing his bloody head against the wall. Like, you could try to get around him, but it's narrow enough where you might, see us. Can either of you, sort of do sort of a... And he sort of picks up his axe and, pretends to lob it, sort of a distance thing.
A distance thing? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's... if you try and get up closer, try and take him out, he might screech or something. I don't really know what this kind of people are about.
Aren't you the one who throws things?
But I don't know if I can do it in one shot.
Mm,
I'll give it a go. And if he, I should say, you'll start screeching and make enough fuss, you come on around and we'll beat the living daylights out of him.
Jono's going to look towards Durgus, and what he's going to do, he's going to sort of like prepare to firebolt this guy silently, as silently as he can. Actually, no, maybe not. Actually, do I have anything? I have a hand axe. My strength is terrible.
I think Durgus actually reaches to his side and pulls forward just a normal hand axe, which he offers towards Baron. Just we'll stay away. I'll keep a bit in and we'll go on my mark.
is it going to notice the torch? Because I won't be able to see it without it.
Oh, you bloody... Yeah, I forgot your bloody kind. Geronimo, and he sort of peers towards Geronimo and notices his, like, arms, and he's like, right, I'll be right back. And and he just takes his own returning hand axe and eases around the corner, sort of trying to get a decent, at least a decent enough view on this thing as he sort of licks his lips before easing the axe back and tries his best to just sort of lob it into the thing's skull.
You can give an attack for me with advantage.
Come on, Mary, Jesus, and Joseph.
Hunter's mark, you fool.
Yeah, I think I'm going to Hunter's Mark and Favoured Foe, if that's alright as well.
Mm-hmm. Remember to declare your hunted marks before you do stuff.
Oh, 15?
A 15 will hit.
Oh, thank God. That's 13 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter's
mark is a d6.
Mark. That's a 1d6. My Favoured Foe is a 1d4. Just take this guy out.
22
please.
Damage. You
And that... Sorry.
Go on.
No, so I can extra attack, so just in case. but no. But
You
so
pull
I'll
your
try this.
hand back and throw it forwards, the axe spinning through the air quite beautifully as it connects with the side of this thing's head. You hear the crack as the axe clearly splits bone and plate and whatever kind of chitin this has on the side of its face, and it suddenly falls away from the wall, giving this kind of rasping, hissing sound of deep agony as the axe immediately vanishes and pops back into your hand. There's a moment as it just lays kind of on all fours on the ground before, with this slight clicking, almost whistling wail noise, it begins to push itself up, turning up towards the stairs where you are.
Yeah, and quickly he's going to take like the axe reappearing in his hand. He's going to lob it again,
You can
trying to take this bloody thing out.
Yeah, you get your multi-attack, but you don't get advantage on this one, since it is now where you're there.
24.
24 definitely hits.
And that is with the... Let's do the damage. That's bad damage. And let's do a Hunter's Mark again. And I've got to double check Favoured Foe too.
I believe you have a number of uses per... Might be
I
limited, sure.
mark something, and the first time on each of your turns you hit the favoured enemy. Okay, it's only the first time. So yeah, that's 16 more damage.
16 is enough, however, and as the axe comes hurtling through again, you once more hit the face of this creature, this time splitting the front of its face completely open. From within, rather than blood or anything of the like, instead this kind of rush of salty seawater and sea scum comes rushing out of the wound as the creature suddenly staggers a moment, its legs quivering, and then it falls forwards, the axe again vanishing and popping back into your hand, as it is clearly quite dead.
Yeah, he took a few reluctant steps forwards, just looking it over, making sure this thing wasn't going to come back, before quickly sort of bundling backwards, returning with 2 raised thumbs towards the 2. Right, I think I bloody got it. Let's keep going.
What the hell is that thing?
Right, don't question. I think I'm going to have to fight some more.
Okay, well let's do a similar sort of thing. Keep it quiet.
And Baron, do you want to take the torch?
I may as well. Need reach out for the torch.
Yeah, and he offers it to him.
Yeah.
Continuing forwards then with the torch in hand, the rest of you carry on your skulking, following the single tunnel as it leads down the steps past the body of the creature that Durgus had just slain, before reaching a fork in the path. The junction leads off to the right, which curves round, and down the right, without any checks, your passives will pick this up, you can hear the sounds of voices talking quite animatedly to each other. They appear to be generally humanoid, and from down the tunnel, although it has a slight kink in it, meaning that you can't see, you can see the flicker of torchlight, perhaps a room with a number of torches and a number of people in. To the left, however, the tunnel carries on and then drops down with what appears to be a hatch with a ladder set into it. And from that direction, you can see a fainter flicker of torchlight, but there is absolutely no sound, voices, no people, no nothing coming from that way.
Well, I think we're best off going where there's no people. Unless you want to get dirty.
Let's check everything we can before we go any further in. So we should head towards the torchlight.
Right, well, there's 2 torches. Well, lighty bits. Let's just go this way. And
You lead the way.
he starts moving towards the more sort of, was it the trappy door area?
Yeah, there's a quieter, slightly dimmer area with a trapdoor leading downwards, and then there's the corridor that has a kink in it, that's much brighter and has voices coming from it. So heading towards the trapdoor?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The tunnel isn't very long here. You could all see down it, especially with the torch that Baron is carrying. Arriving at the top of the trapdoor, you can see a single ladder that appears to lead down into a small box room of stone illuminated by a single torch held in a bracket. The room itself seems to have a double set of green doors on one wall and nothing else.
Well, that's kind of terrifying.
Huh. Well, what do you think this means?
So just to double check, there's a single wall with like a torch and a bracket on it, and then just a double set of doors.
Yeah, essentially think of a small stone rectangular room. The stonework's very similar to that you've been walking through already. There's a torch and a bracket on the wall, which is what's casting the slight illumination, and one of the walls has a double set of doors in, and obviously the ladder leads down to the middle of the room.
Okay. If that's the case, I think Durgus would ease towards the sort of the doors. Do they seem to have any keyholes, perhaps?
Are you going to climb down into the room then?
Oh shit! This is down.
This is down there. So if you clamber in, you can go up to the door.
Okay, I think he's just going to sort of stick his head over, or check the corners and stuff to the best of his ability, before, if able to clambering down.
Certainly, the room seems empty of anything else, and as you clamber down the ladder, it's fairly firm, nothing rickety here. The doors themselves are actually a bright green. They appear to be made of what seems to be almost a jade. Inlaid into this jade and carved out quite beautifully appears to be many great swirling elliptical patterns that seem to suggest the ocean, the sea, plant life that lives out on the water, including a number of what look like sea serpents and dragons all moving around this quite eclectic scene that has all been designed quite beautifully on jade. The doors themselves don't appear to have any kind of keyhole or lock or anything of the sort. They appear to just have a kind of great knob set onto each door.
Knob.
Yeah, a great knob set into each door.
Great big knob.
A great big knob on each door.
Great
Golden
big bushy
Mature.
beard.
None of those, I'm afraid, except on
Yeah.
Durgus.
Oh, thank you. I think moving up to this rather beautifully inlaid door, Durgus, being the cautious party we are, presses his ear to it and obviously tries to make out any sort of vibrations or sounds or something of perhaps movement or even distant commotion on the other side.
Nothing that you can really pick out. The door, in fact, as you press yourself up against it with the way it moves and what you can hear through it, which is nothing, you reckon that this door is actually quite thick. Certainly a very expensive door if it's all made of this quite fine, intricate stonework. But no, nothing coming through from the other side.
Okay. I think drawing his returning hand axe in one hand, he'd go to grab the knob with the other. Right, well, what am I doing? You two are.
Let's get on through.
Geronimo nods towards Durgus as he says that.
Yeah, of course. And pushing the door open, I assume? Pushing open the doors. I was going to say, pushing open the doors with a slight heave, they shunt quite smoothly, revealing a larger room, the far end of which there are a set of steps that lead up onto a stone pedestal. The stone pedestal has painted on it, almost in a mosaic fashion, much of the same imagery and patterns that were on the jade doors. At the top of the pedestal, there are 4 altars. Very small. Think about the size of... Think about as high as Geronimo, and with a section on top to hold an item that's about as big as a coconut. 3 of the 4 altars are empty. The first, if we were looking left to right, the first, second, and 4th one. The third one, however, has a golden icon set into it. A creature that looks like a great writhing worm with 5 heads, and in the end of each of those heads there is this circular mouth of serrated, swirling teeth. The statuette is designed to look as if this creature is reeling backwards, as if ready to strike forwards. Either side of the room, before the pedestal, there are 4 sets of doors on each wall, so 8 in total, 4 up the left, 4 up the right. And each of those is a matching door also made of jade, again patterned in the same way as the double doors you came through, though these are single doors.
Okay. First question.
Mhm.
Does this sort of statuette look similar to, I think it was like Ananorm? Like the strange sort of, we met like a Hydra kind of thing,
Uh-huh.
like in a Goblin Den,
You would
which
be...
had
yes?
5 heads.
You
And
would be
Durgus, I think, has it on him.
Yeah, you would be referring to Anak Noom, and that it would look eerily similar to the statue of Anak Noom that had been broken. It was destroyed.
Oh, it was, yeah, fuck.
But no, it would look very much like a statue of a very similar. It's not quite the same, and this is made what appears to be entirely out of gold. But definitely it looks like the exact same creature, if not the same style.
Oh, give me a second, I've got to go back and read this now, because I think there was something relating to like a doomsday prophecy with that, wasn't there? There was an arc. That was it. He will bring about doomsday using the arc. That's what red metal plate, and it said that. Okay, so we know it's all involved, man. It's all the same thing. So Durgus Senior narrows his gaze and moves forwards, and sort of eyes it over, and it's very much the same sort of pedestal thing which started speaking to him, all the way back in the Goblin hideout. Right. Well, I think we've seen this buddy before. I just didn't think, they were sort of super related, but I guess they must be. Yeah, wasn't he sort of related to a doomsday thing?
I'm pretty sure you're right. Some sort of doomsday catastrophe problem.
You're using some bloody arc thing, but I don't know if that's like, like the motion or like some big boat or I don't really know.
Maybe some box with something inside. I don't know.
Do you think it's worth trying to touch the idol? Or...
Well, if I've watched Indiana Jones before, and I don't think that's a good idea. So, no, I think Durgast would, hearing this, curiosity getting the better of him, would move forwards, and he'd actually look at the other pedestals first, just looking, where these things seem set, and if it seemed like there was any sort of mechanism related to pressure or any sort of indication that it would respond to something being placed on it.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh, I should have had fucking Geronimo do this, but it's fine. 14.
14 still passable. You step forwards and you give them a look over, obviously without touching them in case there are any mechanisms, but comparing the pedestals that are empty to the one that holds the statuette, you quickly surmise that there doesn't appear to be any kind of mechanical components built into this. The stonework appears to be in exactly the same place on every pedestal. There doesn't appear to be any kind of sections that would allow for movement or like pressure plates or the like. All in all, it seems like there is nothing mechanical about these things.
You said mechanical 4 times makes me think there's probably something magical involved.
Not a clue.
Durgast eases backwards. Sort of peers towards the others. Right, well, at least, sort of mechanism-wise, I think we're free, but I'm not entirely sure about the magic. And can you, sort of, see the magics like Brandon can? He says towards Geronimo.
Geronimo double checks his spellbook real quick, but I have a feeling
Doesn't have one. He's checking his memory because he's an innate caster.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I mean. Geronimo kind of taps his head and then shakes and goes,
I don't think so. I ain't got the same type of magic as he does.
Well, we could just take it and see what happens.
I mean, I don't know if touching stuff is a good idea in a den full of cultists.
But, they may be using it for some kind of siphoning ritual, and, we're sort of here to disrupt that. But let's check the doors first, see if they lead anywhere before we, go grabby. And with that, he'd move down the, you said there were 4 on the left side of the room and 4 on the right, right?
Yep, 4 on the left, 4 on the right. They all appear to be matching.
Ooh, okay. And how far away are they from one another? Are they like relatively tightly spaced, or is this room quite large?
No, they're relatively close together. The room's not that large. There's enough space for the doors to sit comfortably, but it's not. There's miles between each one. There's a foot between each door or so, maybe 2.
And I think he'd, like a tiger, stalk along the left side of the room and move round and go around the right, sort of pressing as close as he can towards these doors as he moves, just trying to see if he gets any sort of sound coming from the other side of any of them.
Give me a perception check.
I feel like I'm sort of hogging the limelight. I am sorry,
Then
boys.
the others need to speak up. With the 21, you make your way around each of the doors one at a time, leaning in close to listen as you try to pick up any kind of sense of what might be behind them. However, as you pass by each door, there doesn't appear to be any sound from behind any of them.
Okay.
Do you see anything?
I can't see through doors, but there's certainly no sound, at least no people, unless they're waiting for us. But I think they would have sprung out by now. So, what do you want to say? Just choose one at random and let's go.
Why don't we open all of them?
I guess it's a shout. Let's start with this one. And he sort of moves towards the first one on the left, and sort of raising his hand axe still, he opens or pulls on the thing and tries to sort of open the door to see what's behind it.
I just realised I was muted. Yeah, so first door on the left, you said, yeah?
Mm.
Perfect. As you move up to the first door on the left and you push it open very gently, again, smooth as butter, there's no sound as the door opens inwards, revealing from the flickering torchlight in the room and in the one clutched in Baron's hand, a kind of large L-shaped room. inside of which the ground appears to be stained a deep crimson, likely from the fall of blood, as the walls appear to be covered in shackles and chains that have been nailed into the stonework of the walls. Around the floor, a number of bones, a mixture of humanoid and bestial, are scattered in amongst the rusted remains of ancient weaponry that's all kind of just piled around. At the far end of the room, there is another door, though this one, rather than being made of jade, appears to be made of the same stone as the walls.
Okay.
Just seems like another door at the other end.
I am, more thinking about the bloody torture or whatever went on here. Some sort of sacrifice, surely. And if that sort of bugger back there is trying to end the world, I wouldn't be surprised if these were all to him. Or, the other idols there. I wonder why they left that one behind. He sort of seems to ponder for a few moments.
Maybe it's that they haven't found the other three yet.
Hey, maybe, but they seemed quite ready to go and do this thing. Maybe they needed the egg for one, but the others, what else could they need? He sort of seems to be speaking aloud before shaking his head. Right, well, but, I'd rather just go and check all these doors, make sure they're all the same sort of terrible torture chambers. And there is that he sort of eases backwards, sort of catching the glint of the ancient weaponry, before, his dwarven mind gets the better of him and he starts to ease towards it, seeing if any of it seems to be in decent shape.
So you're going into the room to check the weaponry?
Yes.
Okay, is anyone going in with him, or are you just going to watch him go in?
I think Baron were going with him with the torch.
I think Geronimo's going to follow. He's not
You're all
leaving
going
the
in?
party.
Fantastic, sticking together like a gang in Scooby-Doo. And I'm so glad you did, because you all please give me dexterity saving throws?
Oh, bugmer.
Dexterity saving throws.
Yes,
Oh
please.
boy.
Get advantage on
17.
You...
From
yes,
Danger Sense?
Yeah, Danger Sense would definitely come in here.
Advantage on dex saving throws against effects you can.
Nat 20. Oh my god, what?
Yes, so
I'll roll something. No, I won't say anything because I'll jinx it. Don't say anything.
16 is still good. With a 16, a 22, and a 17, you guys had a spankingly good set of rolls. As you step inside and approach the weaponry, nothing happens at first, and certainly as you get closer, you quickly come to the conclusion that actually these weapons are likely not much good for anything. Although they glint, it seems to be just of the odd, perhaps, ore that they might have used, or maybe it's just the effect of time down here, but they appear to be in very poor shape, very thin, rusted in many, many sections. And just as you kind of all get into the room proper, there's suddenly a kind of shifting sound, the bones moving around each other, and you all jump back quickly as a array of skeletal hands come suddenly shooting out of the piles of bones and bodies, grabbing towards your ankles as quickly as they can. If I roll some dice quickly. Durgus, you will take 1 hit point of damage. Geronimo, you will take 2, and Baron, you will also take 2. You manage to avoid the hands actually kind of clamping around your ankles, though they still manage to kind of claw out at you and get slight scratches. The hands themselves don't seem to do much, but there is this icy chill as they do touch even your clothes and get enough of a contact for it to have been felt, coming away with these almost streams of dark, smoky energy, as if their touch itself is necrotic in nature. Though you manage not to be held down by the hands, and you guys are free to head out, head back in, do whatever you want, but you are surrounded by these skeletal hands pulling up from the ground and trying to grab you and then going back down.
Geronimo's going to try and drag Durgus and I almost said Smallsy, but Baron back out of the room.
Yeah, I think he'd, once he's seen these things come alive, hop right back to where they were before.
Yeah, Baron would make his way back out the room as well.
Okay, I'm happy to take the dexterity saving throws and stuff for that since you're not going any further in. So you guys kind of back away, obviously, from the lunge at first, and then continue back towards the door, backing all the way out. And as you do so, you watch as the skeletal hands pull themselves back into the piles of bones, settling down and falling perfectly still again, blending in exactly with all of the skeletons and corpses around them, and seeming totally lifeless.
I'm assuming there's going to be more like that in all of these.
Well, it can't bloody hurt to find out. Jesus. What sort of sick twisted magic is they using this place? With that, he's just sort of speaking it almost casually. He moves forwards to open the second door, and then the third, seeing if it's all sort of similar situations in the other rooms.
The second door is not. The second door is instead slightly thinner, still L-shaped, but rather than covered in blood, instead appears quite clean, though sitting in the middle of the room and chained up with what appears to be some kind of neck manacle or brace that is bolted up against the stone wall. There is what looks to be a small creature, almost childlike in size, that is hunched over very tightly, almost into a ball, sitting in the middle of the room. It doesn't react as you open the door, and as you move on to the third door, you push that open to reveal a very narrow corridor that just stretches off and then turns. So door number 2 has things sitting in the middle of the room, and door number 3 has long corridor with turn in it.
Well, what do you think? Which way do we go?
I'd rather check the others first. He seems to... Give me a second. I've got an idea.
Okay.
I'm trying to think, because when we looked into the Skywatch or whatever, there was like 4 different things, weren't there? Oh no, they needed 4 different things for this, I'm almost certain. Oh no, was it? There was like different creatures or something which was like the start, and Orc Crawl was one of them. And then there was...
Are you talking about the place in... You're not talking... We went up in the Skywatch when we went to go see Yaria, right?
Yeah. Because I'm
What are you
thinking
talking about
obviously-
in the cave thing? On
No. This was after. This was definitely after. It's when we learnt about the. We saw it on the wall somewhere. I don't remember where. God damn my fucking visual memory.
Might be
Give me
this
a-
might be, as Jake said, the wall in Chamber in Langland.
That may have been it. That very much may.
Where we
have
had the multiple different like gods or things. That
Yeah, that was it. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. That's it. Okay. Oh, my brain is so large. Right. How many pedestals were there in this room, Alex?
4. One,
4.
yeah,
Okay.
the one being taken by the gold statuette, and the other 3 empty.
Okay, right. So there were 5 creatures which fell from above. There was Orkraw, there was quote unquote old tree, is what I've written down. There was Anak Norm, there was Malarial / Leiralim, and there was Moirai. So I wouldn't be surprised. Of course, we have Anak Norm represented, but obviously, hopefully, the other 3 pedestals are meant for, the other things. And the old trees probably was going to be represented by the amber, also the fucking egg we had. And then, fucking Moirai and Malarial / Leiralim. We don't know about that yet. But it's probably... I wouldn't be surprised if these rooms are all in some term related to, like, the different gods or something. Like, empowering them, I'm not entirely sure. Fuck, man. Oh, we're gonna have to use our big brain for this.
That's actually so big brain. Like,
Yeah. Because they wouldn't have a pedestal for Orkrul. They're trying to summon him, but obviously they're using the others to awaken Orkrul. Like, that's clearly...
the power of the 5
great.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
Other 4, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Unless this is just like an entire like coincidence and we're going on a fucking tangent, but
I mean, it's certainly tangential, but
I think Dirk is obviously seen as sort of chained sort of creature, quote unquote. Like, can we see any more of its form, or is it just very much hunched and humanoid-ish?
hunched, small, closer to Gretchen Goblin-esque than humanoid. It appears to be shrouded in a kind of cotton white cloak, tunic, something that appears to have been thrown over it. You can kind of see these pale, bony feet sticking out at the bottom from where it's hunched over, but that's about it.
What color are the feet?
Very pale. Think chicken that's gone off.
If this is Moirai, I'm gonna cry. Oh, God, man. see, the other one tried to kill us. This may just be a big gamble. It's maybe a good, big goddamn game. You get into my head, Alex. You get in my goddamn head.
That's where I live.
Been a while since we've seen him.
I think Durgus, obviously seeing this sort of creature-ish, goes to sort of go in and just sort of pokes his toe inside the room and then quickly pulls it off, seeing if that sort of activates anything, or if the creature just he still seems to sort of just sit there.
So you're stepping in and then out.
Yeah, he's just poking a toe in like you would test water.
Oh yeah, there's no response to that.
Okay. Are you alright in there?
There is no response as you call in towards this thing.
He sort of eases backwards towards the others. I wouldn't be surprised if, there's only sort of like one correct way out of here, and the rest of them is just, terrible sort of traps and stuff.
Yeah, but ain't they in here? Surely that they wouldn't lay traps for themselves, right?
Yeah, maybe not, but I mean, you saw those bloody skeletons. I mean, no one's walking through there. Look, I'll take one for the team. And he goes and places his full foot inside the sort of room.
So brave.
Fuck off. He puts his full foot in, and he leans forwards and he sees if there's any reaction. And if not, he puts his whole body inside.
As you put a foot forward and then follow through with the rest of yourself, there is absolutely no response. You have stepped through the doorway, you're perhaps 5-10 feet away from this thing. Just doesn't respond.
And almost like the Pink Panther, sort of creeping forwards, sort of taking his hand axe in his right hand, he's gonna go, and if possible, to sort of whip the strange sort of like white cloth off of this thing. Or were those its clothes? I wasn't sure if it was like a blanket covering.
You don't know. Okay, so you're gonna step forward and you're gonna whip the blanket off of this thing. You keep stepping further forwards and it still doesn't react. You get closer and closer still, till eventually you are standing right over it. Still no response. You reach down, grab a hold of the kind of white cotton tunic and whip it away. It does come away as a kind of shroud cloak, and as you do so, there is nothing underneath it except for a pair of pale feet and an empty neck brace.
So the feet are like cut off, like stubs?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Right, I think Durga, seeing this, he sort of eyes it over, shakes his head from side to side. Did it seem like maybe the blanket was bouncing on something before, which now isn't there, or is it just
it looks as if it had been over a kind of creature. It definitely looked as if there had been like a head and a shape to this thing, almost in the similar shape of an emaciated child. But now there is just a chain sitting on the floor with a neck brace, which definitely would have been around the neck of this thing, but is now on the floor, and the feet, which were visible, but now seemingly attached to nothing.
I think he's going to raise his axe as he then quite quickly tries to sort of backstep his way back out.
Well, Kevin, what is it? What do you see?
Oh, bloody pair of feet, that's what. Hey, it's sticking out the bottom. It was resting on something, but it's gone.
As you turn around and say that to Geronimo, standing on Geronimo's shoulder is this small, almost cherub-sized, wretched creature with a pale, skinny body. Its arms, almost bony, sticks close up to its chest, held in that kind of hunched-up Tyrannosaurus little arms pose, with this great round bulbous head that has a number of blue pulsing veins that seem to stretch almost with every beat of what you imagine might be its heart. It appears to be leering down towards Geronimo's neck as if it wants to bite him.
Bloody check your shoulder! He sort of says as he sort of raises his axe, almost like threatening to throw it at this thing. You bloody left one, quick, bat it away!
Geronimo's gonna do as said and try and batter it away with his left hand, I guess.
You swipe up at your shoulder and there's nothing there.
Well, what do you mean? I don't feel nothing.
What's a bloody impy thing on you?
It's now gone, Durgus.
And he sort of blinks, and in that moment it's just fucking vanished, and he's like, he sort of reaches up and rubs his temple. Oh, bloody hell, I've gone to curse myself, haven't I?
Are you seeing things?
Oh, it's, whatever was there was now sort of dancing around. I mean, it nearly bloody bit your neck off.
This place gives me the creeps. Can we leave?
Oh, no, we got to, stop a bloody demigod being summoned first. Look, Oh, these rooms. There's got to be like one which is safe.
We just gotta stop going to these rooms and just find a way to get through to the center, I guess.
The bloody third one is, just some sort of corridor. Wouldn't be surprised if there's like spikes or there's something in there. It's gonna crush us. What's in the fourth? He sort of throws his hands up quite almost dismissively as he goes to open the fourth door on the left.
Okay. As you head towards the fourth door and push it open, you push it open slightly, and sitting on the floor in front of the door is the same creature that you saw on Geronimo's neck. It leers up at you with this very pointy-teethed mouth, as it gives you a little wave with these kind of claw-like fingers, though Geronimo, you and Baron don't see this.
Okay. And as he sort of sees this thing just sort of pop up in front of him, he stops. And he sort of squints and narrows his eyes towards it. So you can wave, can you? Understand what I'm saying?
There is no response as this creature continues to sit there and stare at you. It appears to be sitting in what is another fairly long corridor, though rather than having a turn, this one goes straight onwards. It goes straight on and then ends at what appears to be another door. The room is very, very dark and shadowy, and with the light of the torches, you see this faint kind of twinkling in the dark, almost as if it's reflecting off something wet hanging in the air.
Oh, I don't know if we're going to use the same trap again, but that's going to be PTSD from the last campaign of the goddamn strings. Okay. Sort of seeing this in this strange sort of ominous darkness and a twinkling, he's going to loom away. Sort of eyes darting around still for that strange little impy thing.
It's now gone.
Which is now fucking gone, of course. As he moves towards the right. And I think he'd start with the furthest rightmost door.
Okay, so the fourth door if you were working your way up.
Yeah.
Moving across the room to the back right-hand door, you push that one open and peer inside to see what looks to be a fairly wide and tall chamber. It goes forward only a few feet before expanding a bit wider, and the walls on either side of that chamber appear to be made up of great spikes that are all pointing inwards towards the center of the chamber. And at the center of the chamber, you can see a kind of again another kind of hole in the ground, a trap door, if you will, though there is no door on it.
Well, that's clearly fucking trapped. So I think Darius is going to go for the. It's not to be a pain, but I think he's going to go for the third furthest along on the right.
The
After,
third,
like the one next to it.
The next door doesn't open. You push on it and it doesn't move.
Okay, and what about the one after that? The second?
The next one opens up in what appears to be almost like a giant sand pit. It's a square room filled with sand.
That's also giving me PTSD. And the first one on the right.
Everything gives you PTSD.
Alex is ruined us with traps, man.
Yeah, Jensen just has PTSD.
Yeah.
And the final door that you were yet to open reveals another L-shaped room, almost mirroring the first door you checked that had the skeleton hands in, though this one isn't filled with blood or skeletons or anything of the like. Instead, it appears to have hanging from the walls and ceilings these thick, almost creeper vines, the kind you would expect to see in a rainforest or something like that. They seem to cover almost every surface, creating this near impenetrable block of just green life that's in the way.
Reaper. Oh man. Right. Okay.
It was awful.
Man, I'm gonna have to try and deal with this, my brain's not fucking cut out. Right. I think with all the options now laid in front of us, obviously there's only one door which doesn't open. And my theory was that somehow each of these rooms, in some way, would be linked to one of the various different, things.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how the fuck that's gonna work now.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
I'm kind of stumped as well.
Well, the one which doesn't open, that's probably. Oh. I was thinking maybe the one which is like free to go through is the one with Anak Norm. Okay, that's like the only thing we actually have representing. Along the 4 pedestals, which one is Anak Norm posted on?
The third, if we're looking from left to right. So first one,
Okay.
second one empty, third one has his statuette, fourth one is empty.
Okay.
I've got no idea.
Well,
Dad, Captain, what you thinking? Which door do you think we go through?
Do we even go through one of them? There was still others back the other way, wasn't there?
surely there's got to be a way. Look, I'm thinking, if they're somehow tied to, the different pedestals and, the different sort of demigod things which fell down to earth, then, maybe these rooms are somehow related. Well, and he sort of goes through, and obviously, so the first one on the left, that was the
That was the
bloody
skeleton. That was the
hand.
bloody skeleton hand room.
Second one was the fucking child, right? That was all
Child
like,
that vanished,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah. Third one was just the tight corridor.
A corridor, yep.
Yep, the fourth one on the left, that was the
Shadowy
was it
with
dark
sparkling,
one. Yeah.
shadowy with sparkling lights.
Furthest one on the right, that was the spike room.
Yep.
With like a trapdoor.
Yep.
The one next to that was like locked.
Yep.
And then the second one on the right, that was like the big sand pit.
Yep.
And then the first one on the right, that was the big overgrown viney one.
Yes.
God, my memory is good. So I'm thinking, do these pedestals, do they have any indication on like what is meant to be placed on them?
Not from what you can tell. Each has a fairly standard kind of holder. The statuette that's sitting in the one that Anik Noom's on appears to the base of the statue appears to have actually been shaped for the holder rather than the holder being shaped for the statue. And there's no indication with regards to their design or any kind of artistic license on the pedestals themselves that would align them or assign them to any particular image. They each have a kind of fairly standard triangular pattern.
Okay. Oh, this may just be like some really... I don't know if I'm like galaxy brain or really small brain, but I'm thinking if it's on the third one, then either it's like the third ones along are the free ones to go down, or it's sort of like cut in segments, like the first two are related to the first demigod, then 3 and 4 on the left related to the second demigod, and then 3 and 4 on the right are linked to the third demigod. I don't know, man.
That sounds too complicated.
I would
Yeah,
remind,
that sounds
my
too
players of Occam's razor.
What's
What-
Occam's
what?
razor?
No,
Wait,
that's fine. If you
wait,
don't know, if
wait,
you don't know,
wait.
now that someone's
Oh.
gonna go look it up.
I'm trying to fucking Google.
If it sounds like a horse, you yell zebra, right?
Oh my god. Occam's razor.
Occam's razor.
Occam.
OCCAMS.
O-C-C-A-M.
Oh, okay. A scientific and philosophical rule that entitles that entities should not be multiplied unnecessarily, which is interpreted as requiring that the simplest of competing theories be preferred to the more complex, or that explanation of unknown phenomena be sought first in terms of known quantities, aka don't fucking overcomplicate shit.
Dude, my brain is melting.
Right. Don't overcomplicate shit.
Jensen's galaxy brain might just be a little bit too big right now.
Yeah.
He's evolved from galaxy brain to universe brain.
Yeah. It's literally that meme, and then Jared's the first one. Right. This is where they're not even linked, and it's just like they decide to leave the statue in a room just to fuck with us. Okay. Right. If we're gonna strip this down and go full philosophical, we're just looking at them and they're all like just fucking... They're all just traps. We just turn around and leave. I think if we touch the fucking statue, which is the thing we're meant to definitely touch, it's gonna start speaking to us. And Durgus can't resist whispers anymore. So... Oh, fuck. Oh, man.
Someone make a decision.
Then what do you want to do, Captain?
Just don't leave this on me, Jake, you
The decision is to make someone else make the decision.
I think, like, legit, Jensen, you have just... I can't input into this. I'm just lost.
You just
Okay.
melted
You're
my
the
brain.
captain.
Look, I'm the captain only I see. Okay, right. Right. So the third one on the right is locked. Okay, and the third one on the left is the tight corridor.
Yes.
Gergus is going to go to the left and walk inside that tight corridor.
You begin wandering down the tight corridor. It's
You
thin
should-
enough that it brushes up against your shoulders as you go, and a little bit of the muck and the soot comes off from the wall onto your clothes. It's pretty nasty. You make your way about 20 feet down the corridor when it turns left, opening up into another larger L-shaped chamber. This chamber is filled with robes. The robes you will have seen on the bodies of the cultists that you have fought before. However, they have been piled up empty into a corner of the room, and there is another door that seems to lead somewhere else.
Oh, fuck, man. Right, okay. Either this is a godsend, and we're just about to get disguises, or they're gonna come alive and start strangling us or some shit. I think Durgus would ease back and sort of crawl back down the corridor. Hey, bloody come this way.
Geronimo's going to follow down.
Yeah, Baron would as well.
What? Are they dead?
Hey, I mean, there's just claws, right? I mean, if the others are gonna go off, they're gonna come alive and attack us. But fingers crossed, they might just be potential disguises.
Oh fuck! I thought they were like actual, like bodies there.
Nope, just a pile of their robes.
They're just part of the ropes. Okay,
Yeah, just discarded.
Yeah, Geronimo's going to look over to it and then peer back towards Durgus and then kind of look over to the robes again and kind of step forward. He's gonna take out the crossbow that he's gonna take the quarterstaff that he has on his person and prod the clothes.
It is like putting a quarterstaff into a pile of rags. They move around, nothing happens. You can see some kind of wet and crunchy areas, probably from the bodies of the things that used to wear these robes, but
They ain't coming alive, Captain. Maybe we can use them as disguises.
Aye, maybe we can. And well, he sort of eases backwards and peers back down the corridor. Do you think we should bring that statue with us? I mean, if they need it, it's better we have it on us and, they don't.
Yeah, but if it's some sort of eldritch power, then maybe it'll be like that book and cause some sort of strange, terrible magic pain.
Sort of last time I spoke to one of those, it sort of, it sort of promised good things in return for bad. Maybe it's best, one of you lot to give us a go. Just don't actually touch it, just put it in a bag or something.
Okay.
Geronimo's going to kind of look into his inventory. Let's see, do I have anything? I have a pouch. Do you think it fit in a pouch?
no,
No?
not really. No,
How big is it then?
as I said, coconut sized. A pouch is more. Yeah, it's more going to hold maybe like a potion bottle. This thing is
Okay.
probably this thing is probably slightly too big.
All right. Probably fit. Would it fit inside his backpack then?
Definitely.
Okay. Yeah. Geronimo's going to go back and without touching it, try and ease it in, like using like the hammer that he's got in it or like the crowbar. He's going to try and like ease it into his backpack without touching it.
Okay. It drops down with a thunk, kind of knocking into the other things that are in your backpack. As you take it off of the pedestal, there is a slight kind of whoomph of energy that seems to come out very slowly. It almost seems to give out this ethereal ripple as you lift it off of the pedestal. For the two of you still standing in the room with the robes, through the door that you are yet to go through, you would hear a kind of tearing noise.
Airing.
Tearing, yeah.
Geronimo
Kind of sound of ripping.
Geronimo kind of puts his backpack on again. Kind of makes his way back towards the other and goes,
Yeah, so I felt some sort of the weird energy that came off when I took it off the pedestal. I really don't think that was a good idea.
I will.
Sounds
If it's-
like something happened through there as well.
I
What
will.
happened through there?
Come on, look, I'll go into the room. If anything attacks me, I'll come back. Just keep it on you. I don't really like that tearing, but I think that's the only way out. Just give me a second. And he takes his hand, returning hand out in hand once more, and he sort of walks into the room.
Yeah, you're
It's-
absolutely welcome to walk into the room. And in fact,
Oh no. No, no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh fuck! No! I meant to like the cultist room. This one here, but
you're already in that room. But dude, I mean, you've stepped through a door now.
no! I've like, oh fuck! No, I thought like we were waiting around here-ish, and we hadn't walked into the fucking culty room yet.
That's
You
big.
want to go through the door, but no, he tried to put on the cultist outfits if possible.
Fine, you can put an outfit. It kind of
Yeah,
goes
can
down.
you-
It kind of goes down to around your the way it kind of drags behind you, like when a child dresses up in their mother's clothing.
Is there any smaller stuff?
Not really.
No.
No,
So it
it's
really
fine.
won't fit on me.
No.
Oh, hold on. Geronimo, looking at Durgus and looking at the size of the thing, goes, "Hey, Captain, do you think if I sit on your shoulders, it would kind of look like it fit us?"
I mean, maybe, but I don't really trust. If we gotta fight people, I don't really want you on my shoulders.
Yeah, but I can just jump off, surely.
Oh, it's gonna be a terrible idea, but sure.
Okay, we'll try and fit into one each, with me on Durgus's shoulders and him
Okay.
walking.
Durgus, whilst he is on your shoulders, you are at half speed with
Can
all of
I,
his stuff and everything.
Can I cut like the smallest of holes so that he can kind of vaguely see where he's going?
Yeah,
Well,
he'll make
it has,
little
it has,
nips
it
of
has
the
like a hood. Oh wait, you want to cut it so that Durgus can see where he's going? Yeah, that's
because
fine.
he's the one walking.
Yeah,
I'm on
that's
his
fine.
shoulder.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. They're flowing robes. You've got a dagger somewhere, a knife somewhere. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
You can cut the eye holes out of them.
God. The fact is, I know what's on the other side of this door now.
Don't
so this
worry.
is gonna
No,
be
go with it.
awful.
I like it. I can't wait.
I
to
don't know
narrate-
what's behind it.
I
so
can't wait to
I'm-
narrate this.
Okay, I'm on his shoulder, so I need to move, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and he sort of gestures, sort of obviously his arm sort of flailing out from like the sort of waist of this quote unquote person, towards Baron. Like, bloody, put your own on.
Yeah, and Baron would lift up one of the robes as well and put one on.
You both? I mean, the three of you, two of you being one person at the moment, look passable in the robes. They cover a lot of the body. They've been able to hide strange mutations and changes, so they're pretty good at hiding your identity as well.
So, yeah.
Are we just
With
going
that,
in?
bringing his handaxe into hand, sort of bundling it near his chest as he sort of, keeps his arms close as to not give away the fact that there's a fucking dwarf on the underside of this thing. Awkwardly sort of eases forwards and sort of goes, "Psst, open the door."
Geronimo's going to open the door.
And he's going to slowly just sort of walk on through, peering through, his little eye holes to try and see what he can make out.
Do we move through?
I'm going to move you through in a second.
Okay.
I'm just getting the...
It's just so scum. It's so scum.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, okay.
As
Uh,
the group of you move into the room, you are greeted by a vast chamber. A small stone walkway takes you round to a semicircular platform inlaid with that same lotus design mentioned before on the jade. The pattern is clean, though clearly well trodden, and has a small walkway that leads out into the middle of the rest of the room, which is filled and submerged with water. The walkway ends in a circular platform atop which archaic symbols and runes have been etched and now glow in a brilliant blue light that is being orchestrated by a bald, hairless, plump man you remember from Storia, who is throwing his hands around in great gestures as the lights seem to glow wherever he points. As he does so, the water around The stretch of stone that he stands on continues to swirl and grow more rapturous and tempestuous as seemingly he brings command of great energies and powers, standing guard almost like sentries. 2 of the wormlings that you had fought before look out across the stone walkways and the doors which you are coming from, and laid out in that section of stone here, you would see the mutilated and transformed bodies of many, many cultists spread out in some strange kind of sacrificial X. As the door opens and you step inside, both of the wormlings immediately look over to you, though Argo does not even slow down as he continues to move about the platform, doing whatever he is trying to do, as he almost seems to intone and sing this great throaty chant. And you waddle on in, Geronimo on Durgis's shoulders, dressed up as a pair of cultists.
Geronimo's going to kind of like kick a little into Durgis's sides, kind of like he's like spurring a horse on. Hoping that he'd move forwards.
So scuffed.
Making your way, you're going to have to stop there for me, Durgis. Making your way further in, the wormlings continue to watch you, until eventually it seems Argo can avoid you no longer. He brings up his hands in this great, almost ceasing gesture. The water continues to spin, though it is no longer gaining impetus, as he turns and moves to stand between the 2 wormlings. He looks up and almost sneers as he lifts his hands up. Come to see the reckoning?
Of course, we're here to help bring the reckoning in.
Geronimo does try to put on his best sort of different accent.
It's so scared.
We're about to confront the big bad of this section of the campaign, and you're doing a fucking Dracula impression.
I think that sums up the whole journey to this point. He scoffs as he looks over at you. You don't understand. They're all dead.
But we were out getting the fishes.
Argo looks around himself for a moment before flicking one of his hands forwards as he would cast a bolt of fire towards you.
Say that again?
He would cast a bolt of fire towards you, rolling an 18.
Fireball.
Yep, and dealing 5 points of damage. He kind of offhandedly flicks his hand forward. The bolt streaks straight forward, hitting the kind of upper shoulder of you, Geronimo, knocking you backwards as you fall off the shoulders of Durgis and land prone. There is a great scorch mark where he hit you, and you will take the 5 points of damage.
Yeah, I've done it.
Before Argo folds his arms again. Is the brain-dead one done talking?
That wasn't very nice of him to say that.
Durgis obviously feeling Geronimo fall off his shoulders. And obviously this sort of large thing sort of bundling out on top of him. Sort of clicks his fingers as he moves, just sort of throwing the robe off him quite ceremoniously, as I'd like to try and summon sort of Pudge alongside. Aye, well, I think your time's come to an end, old man. I mean, we met you quite a while ago. It's a shame it had to end like this.
The end? No. This isn't the end. This is the beginning.
I have watched some bloody immortality thing. I mean, we tried to read your book, but it isn't exactly the most enthralling. You said,
Immortality? It is greater than that. This is a world without rules. A life defined by the choices we make with no limitations from gods.
Wait, so you're trying to kill the gods or what?
You don't have to kill what's weak and pathetic.
So you're what you're trying to tame?
He waves a hand dismissively. You said you read the book. If you don't understand.
Hey, this is the part that you kind of explain your grand master plan to us feeble-minded fools?
At least we agree on one thing. You are feeble-minded. But explain my grand plan? No.
Well, that's just boring.
Fuck's sake. I think Durgus would begin sort of walking forwards now, this sort of hand axe in hand, as sort of Pudge trots along beside him. So, just how far along are you? Because as far as we're concerned, you're sort of missing what you need.
As you step forwards, he holds up a hand. No closer, unless you want to take a step into your demise. And then he turns as he says that and gestures up, or down, sorry, towards the runes, and then out towards the water. The ripples, they are spreading. His subconscious senses it, feels it, shudders in his sleep, but he will awaken.
How about we just let him sleep? I mean, he's had a really long, really tough time. Wants to sleep, relax, just recover. That it's the weekend in this century, so.
Fine. Well, you did say we're dead anyway, so why not tempt death?
He turns. He turns as you say that. Tempt death. And yeah, Geronimo, you're free to move kind of around behind there. That's fine.
Okay.
Truly don't comprehend what we're doing here.
No, we'd really appreciate it if you explained it to us.
I've already told you I'm not going to.
It's gonna mess with the way things are currently, and to be fair, you've got like some strange bloody genie things working for you. You're clearly messing with things which aren't meant to be messed with. And you're gonna get some strange sort of divine reward for it. So you're gonna unshackle us all from the
wait.
change of fate.
Genie? Did you meet Kalbari?
Maybe.
Interesting. Never mentioned that.
Aye, he actually hates you like a lot.
A shame, perhaps, but soon he'll be beneath us. Now, was there anything else? Other than an explanation of everything that's going on, he says.
Geronimo, behind the back of Durgus, is going to let Tank down in support mode.
Baron is
Support mode.
going to very quickly, well, as quickly and discreetly as he can, reach
The
through his
big axe.
belongings to pull free Felia's head that he has been carrying since Storia.
Oh my god, here we
The
go.
rotted, falling apart head of Felia. It's like slimy and wet, dissolving.
Take a step forward and just chuck it on the floor in front of him.
What the?
I wanted to make sure this was returned to you.
What the fuck is that?
The head of your.
As
Felia.
Durgus steps closer,
Oh, for fuck's sake! I didn't even mean to do that.
Would you like to go back?
Yeah,
If you
please.
didn't mean to, then you can go back.
Yeah.
But there was a warning.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that back then. As the head lands and kind of rolls around and this conversation happens, Argo looks back up. You mean Felia?
Yeah, your hairdresser.
Geronimo says from behind.
That is such a shame. She was wonderful with my hair. I've really gone to waste since she's been gone. He reaches up and runs his hand over his head, which is still totally smooth. Although there does appear to be one hair on the kind of bulge of his neck that is kind of curled up that you can see.
His weakness. That is a weak point.
That's his weakness. We found it.
Still, I'm sure she can be returned to service.
Not in the condition she's in right now.
Told you. A world without rules. for those who can seize it.
And you're sure it's just you who can seize it? I mean, you don't exactly seem the, the get going type. Yeah, I wouldn't say you're sort of the type who invites bullying, but I mean, look at you.
He gives you a big, wide grin as you say that. I'm not alone.
Oh, you got 2 little whelps, but I mean, I've got 1. I mean, we're relatively even.
Oh, of course, just the 2 of them. He looks between the 2 wormlings for a moment and then just smiles again. Yes, just the 3 of us here. Nothing else.
Oh,
Can I do an insight check?
Go for
Does it
it.
look like he's like...
Do you need to?
I mean, you can do an insight check. You're welcome to. He's got a big old shit-eating grin on his face.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what Jerome says.
I mean, whatever's beneath the bloody water there, but, I mean, you ain't awake just yet.
No, perhaps not. But, soon he will be awake.
Are you
Then...
going to get this over and done with?
Argo kind of frowns for a moment. I was just getting to that. And then... I'd like to get back to it. And with that, he turns, raises his hands up again, and kind of takes a sort of 5-foot step.
As he turns, can I shoot a fireball at him?
Of course you can. Make an attack.
Fucking go.
In fact...
In fact, what?
You can still shoot, but we're going to go into turn order.
Okay.
Although Pudge doesn't need...
Yeah,
Right.
Pudge is mine. He, me.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, man. Oh, he's going first as well.
Barrett and Geronimo haven't rolled, have they?
Not yet. I will go toilet very, very quick.
I roll a 6.
You better be quick, because you're second.
I am, you mean...
12.
Okay. So you can still do the firebolt. We'll do that out of turn order, but then we will jump into turn order. So
I mean, I miss anyway, so fucking hell.
Oh, did you roll that already? Oh, you did.
Yeah, I rolled
ten's
it.
not, a 10's
Yeah.
not going to hit. Okay,
No.
so as the firebolt is thrown, Argo ducks his head before stepping quickly, because you've got a shot. He's going to take a 5-foot step, so that he is fully within the circle of the runes before we throw on our combat music. And we enter combat. Beginning with him. He is going to move his hands around as he begins to chant this seemingly ancient incantation, the words loud and booming, almost causing ripples to run through the water, which once more begins to swirl and spin around in this almost typhoon underneath the rock that he stands upon. A few moments later, light begins to glow up from the runic symbols, creating these very bright beams that almost seem to blind you, and stepping out from one of those beams, a creature you have seen before would emerge, shambling out with this tufts of matted, ragged fur, its body encased in living chitin or sheets of what look like rent and torn metal. It swings this awful club around and then roars angrily towards you, as it is going to act on his turn and move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and get to there.
Oh my fucking god, I come back and see that.
Yep, he's just summoned one. Durgus, it's now your turn.
Oh, thanks, man. Right. Give me a second. Galaxy brain, let's do this. That thing is big. What else is big? My ego. Let's give this a look. I have big abilities. Are these wormling things like floating, or are they like skittering across the ground?
They're standing and kind of skittering along the floor. They are
Okay.
they are on the stone where they are currently.
I think Durgus is going to extend his left hand. Give me a second, go and double check something. Yep, that's fine. And he sort of runs the other sort of across the what's called the front of a book, the cover of his sort of old dwarven book, and mutters an incantation regarding almost like the growth of something, the changing of the ground, as I'd like to try and cast Spike Growth.
You absolutely can. That's a bonus action.
Yes, at... Let's put it... Oh god, my thing just closed. Oh god, I had the thing. But give me a second, I'll re-click it.
No, it rolled for me. You've got Spike Growth.
Yeah,
Roll.
no, I could put down the area thing, and now I can't. Sorry, if I just do this again, but I can... Yeah, now I can put down the area. Let's put it down. Oh, so I don't know if he's going to... fuck. That may have been a bad idea. I gotta double check if actually friendlies can go through that.
I believe it affects any creature that goes through it. Doesn't differentiate.
Okay, but it's concentration, so I can drop it if need be. Yeah, okay,
Yes.
that's fine. Yep. Let's put it just from there down to... Oh, it's 20 feet radius, so it's like... Shit.
It's big.
All the way down, like that-ish. So we can move up, but obviously this is the last thing sort of caught in it.
So you want that to be the last thing?
Yeah, you see like the measurement I'm doing there? Like that's the radius, so just go like across, I don't know. Like that, yeah.
There you go. So like that?
Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah, that's roughly what it should be.
Yeah. Just every 5 feet they move, they take like damage. So I figured this is good for now.
No, absolutely. As you kind of chant your dwarven language and wiggle your pudgy fingers around, the ground begins to become overgrown. The stonework almost seemingly to crack ethereally and allow these kind of bundling vines with spines upon to coil upwards around the creatures. Is this the one that does the restraining if they're in it, or is it just the area?
It doesn't know it. It's just every time they move 5 feet, they take certain damage.
Perfect.
So yes, and I think with that he is going to point forwards and command old buddy, old pal, best friend in the entire world, Pudge, to go and just try and bite this thing.
Okay.
Let's move here. Oh god, man, mildly cacking myself. Let's go for this. Features, go for a bite, and I'll make him. Oh shit, that's a 3 and a 2. God, what element should I make him? Like fire
Water,
probably
so.
won't be good against water, so let's go lightning.
Okay. So the 21 definitely hits, and the creature will take the piercing damage. Got it any immunities or anything? Okay. So it will take piercing damage, and it will take 2 lightning. So as Pudge kind of leaps forward, he jumps out, manages to scrape his teeth down one of the overhanging arms of this creature. It pulls the arm back quickly without the teeth sinking too deeply in, but certainly Pudge got a scratch off there and some sparks flew. But not much of a hit against this thing.
It's fine by me, and I think he would, because I don't want that bastard casting AoE, move round to there. That's if I can actually move. There you go.
Anything else?
That's me.
Baron, we are on to you.
Baron is going to step forward, booting away the head of Felia as he approaches the strange beast. Once again, as usual, he's going to rage and then start swinging at this thing.
Go for it.
Yeah, he's just going to swing at it twice.
Rage.
So, first will be a 9, second is 17.
A 9 will not hit, a 17 will, and that 15 becomes an 18. 18, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Big damage.
Perfect. So the first axe swing comes round, and unfortunately the creature kind of recoils back out of the way as it is actually trying to avoid the bite of Pudge. However, as it recoils one way, the axe comes in a backswing and manages to catch underneath the armor plate of this thing on one side of it. A much greater strike than Pudge managed to do, and certainly the creature roars in your face, spitting out towards you as you hit it. And in fact, with such a hard hit against it, I just need to double check something. Perfect. I am going to require you to take 6 points of poison damage as its blood sprays across your face and immediately begins to just sicken you. Are you resistant to poison?
Nope.
Okay, so you're going to take 6 points of damage. Anything else?
That's going to be it for now.
Geronimo, we're over to you.
All right. First of all, as a bonus action, Geronimo is going to get a tank to move 15 feet there.
Go for it. You should be able to move that yourself.
Yeah. Moves there. And he's obviously going to, he's being in support mode, he's going to pump some of that juicy.
Louder.
Some of that healing energy or shielding energy, I guess, to give people 7 temporary hit points.
Perfect. I think that is everyone. That might exclude Durgus again.
It does exclude.
It does
Durgus,
exclude
yeah.
Durgus
Oh my
again.
God.
Pudge gets it though.
Pudge gets it though, yeah.
Epic.
All right, and then as his action, when it's got a C, like a highlighted
Component.
C, does that mean that's constant? Huh?
Oh wait, on the sheet.
Yeah.
That
Like
might,
concentration?
I think that is concentration. Yes. Yeah, it is the highlighted C. Yes, it is concentration because M is
He's
material.
gonna cast Fairy Fire.
Ooh, where's he casting it? Or you can put it down and show me.
Yeah. Fuck. I kind of want to do. Do I get hit? Do I get Argo and the other creatures down below? Or do I go for the big
What's the
creature?
radius on it? I think we can
20
take down the
feet.
big.
It's either the big creature and the 2 small ones, or Argo and the 2 small ones.
Is it concentration, or is it just once they hit, they're hit?
I think it's concentration. Like I keep the stuff on them. Well, I don't know. It doesn't really
fairy
say.
Fire? No, fairy fire is concentration
Okay, yeah.
because it's got the gap. It's got the C is concentration. So for the light to stay, you have to concentrate on it.
Yeah. So it's either potential advantage on the big creature and the 2 small ones, or advantage on Argo and the 2 small ones. And he also can't go invisible.
If it's concentration, I don't know, man. Because I feel you might want to do other concentration stuff if we're fighting against Argo, but
Does he have any other concentration stuff though?
yeah, about to say.
I do, but it's like, it's again area effect stuff. That's concentration.
Where's it going? Where's it going?
What do you think, guys? Big one.
Big one. We kill the big one. You can cast it again if need be. So
Okay, right there then.
Perfect. Okay, so that is a dexterity saving throw against your spell DC, which is a 15. So I will move my sheets around so that I can access all their quick time thingies. Perfect. Dex saving throw for that, and for that. Dex saving throw for that. So I'm doing wormlings first, left and right, and then I'm doing the big one. The first one fails with a nat 1, so that one will be illuminated. Let's use the let's use the fire to show that they're illuminated. The second one will have a 21 and will pass, and the huge shambler in front of you will unfortunately have a 17 and also pass. So as the magic bursts out from the spot that you select, it immediately seeks out creatures and objects. Now there aren't really many to choose from, and so it quickly zooms off to try and wrap itself around the 2 creatures. One of the wormlings doesn't seem to even notice as the light wraps around it, creating this perfect illuminated outline, making the creature very easy to hit. However, the other 2 kind of shake and shimmy and shift enough that the magic is unable to settle as the spell comes to... It's still concentrated on, but as the initial burst of the spell comes to an end.
Yeah. Okay, that's it then.
And we move on to the wonderful wormlings themselves, as I just double check the music is still playing. There we go. Okay, the wormlings are unfortunately going to have to move, methinks. Yep. What's the damage per 5 feet they step?
7, I think.
2d4 for every step they take. So I'll just roll it as you go.
And I think it also counts as difficult terrain now, doesn't it?
It is, yeah.
In which case... In which case, it's easy. They're just going to fly. They both
Fuck's sake.
they both go 5 feet off the ground, which is 5 feet of their movement, and fly straight up to you.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Yeah. One of them is going to bite towards Pudge.
No.
Yeah. And roll a 10 to hit. I just misread that.
Doesn't hit.
Yep, doesn't hit. And the other one is going to try and bite towards Baron. Rolling an 18 to hit, unfortunately, Baron. It'll deal 4 damage, but halved, that is 2.
Sweet.
And that is literally their turn. As we go to the top of the round, where Argo is now looking around at his feet, clearly unable to move. He shakes his head, though, and begins to move his hands once more in these arcane gestures as the energy around you continues to swirl more and more vigorously. And that is his whole turn.
Oh, fuck.
He's
Durgus,
going to do
we're
something
back to you.
big.
Kill the wormlings.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I
but
can
wanna
attack-
interrupt. If you can interrupt him, that's fine. Durgus obviously seen these things flying towards him, coming off the ground, and sort of avoiding his spiky stuff, would draw his longsword into hand. I think, as he is going to get on the side of this and try to flank it as he aims to ram it up the bum.
Classy. You're there. Unfortunately, that's no... Oh, wait, that wormling, sorry. I thought you were looking at the big thing.
Yeah, yeah.
No, 100% flanking on there. That's a +2.
Okay. 18?
20 definitely does.
Oh yeah, 20, damn.
Yeah.
Versatile damage, and I double check my favored foe feature. Yeah, that's favored foe as well.
How many favoured foe uses do you get?
It's equal to my proficiency, which is 3.
So you've used this.
And
Will
I've
be your
used one
second one.
already.
Yeah, this will be your second one.
Well, actually, do I want to use it against this, or shall I save it for the big bastard? And you know what, I'll save it for the big bastard in thingy. I thought I had 4, but let's just do the versatile damage. So that is a
damage.
14. And I'm going to use Pudge's ability, where he gives me like his lightning shiznit.
Yeah, that's your
2
reaction.
strikes. Yep, that's my reaction. So I get a extra 1d6. Damn, nice. And then I'm going to whack again. That's a 21.
Mm-hmm.
And let's go for that's 9 damage. There we go.
So total, we are looking at 29 damage. Durgus, in 2 great sweeps of your sword, you manage to take the wing off with your first strike. The creature screaming out with this hissing howl as the lightning dances from Pudge over to your blade. As you bring the sword back, this time you skewer it through the middle of this almost worm-like dragon, and you manage to drive it through where you imagine its heart should probably be. The thing flutters around with one wing slightly on your blade as you withdraw, and then it collapses to the ground, squirming for a moment before the life leaves it, and it is dead.
Sexy. And then he's going to let out a high-pitched whistle. Get him, Pudge! He sort of screams out over this looming thing as Pudge is going to try and bite the thing right in front of him, if that's alright.
Is that one dead?
That one's dead, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you haven't used your bonus action, have you?
Yeah, I haven't. Nope.
No, that's all good. Go ahead for it.
That's with an advantage too. 23, and that's just 4 damage. It's not much,
4
but look.
damage. No, 4 damage is still some damage as Pudge managed to land another bite. His teeth are not sharp, but they're certainly accurate right now. Anything else?
My turn.
Baron, we're over to you. They've hit you, Baron, and you didn't really feel it.
Baron is going to swing out towards the wormling first, before the bigger guy.
Well, you don't have to declare that second attack, so you can decide what you want to do afterwards. But certainly the first one you have
Okay.
advantage against because it's fairy fired.
Sweet.
16
16
to hit for 8 damage. Perfect. And then there's also an additional 3. The creature, the wormling, is still alive, though as you swing out and catch it, you kind of get the side of its face taking off some of the kind of bone spurs that makes up this head plate. There appears to be a great deal of blood running down the side of its jaw. It doesn't look in a great way, but it is still just about flying around.
Okay. Yeah, then he'll swing for the big nasty thing.
Okay, that's a standard attack then.
For 25.
I mean, a 25 is definitely going to hit, and you're going to deal the 8 damage plus the additional 3 for your rage. Again, another good strike against this creature, but it's difficult to get through the matted fur and the plates of armor. This thing is well built and incredibly tough. You're knocking into it and certainly leaving some bruises, but as of yet, no serious wounds. Anything else?
Sweet. That's my turn.
Geronimo, we're over to you.
All right, bonus action. Tank's going to move a little bit closer to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in 10 feet. And he's going to pump out some more healing.
Excellent.
Shield, I guess.
I love all those dice which go every time.
7.
Oh, nice.
7, yep, there's 7 temp hit points for anyone who has less or none.
I don't think I'm in range of my... No,
No,
it's
you're
not in
not.
range of me. So that... and then Geronimo is going to use his action to cast Shatter.
Ooh.
And I believe the range is 60 feet.
I believe you.
And he's going to cast it on our buddy there.
Okay. Perfect. So he needs to make a Constitution saving throw. And
Max damage as well.
he will fail with a 9. The creature takes 3d8 damage, which you've rolled on a failed save. A creature made of inorganic material. He's not a non-magical object that hasn't been carried or take damage. No, okay. So there is a huge, loud ringing sound, almost as if a huge bell has suddenly been struck, centering on the point of Argo. He is suddenly thrown down almost against the ground as he bounces off the stone from the impact of this kinetic, thunderous force that almost seems to blow out his eardrums. He immediately shrieks and screams in pain as the water around him seems to freeze up in its swirling, stopping as if caught or paused. Despite the agony, Argo manages to stagger back to his feet, and his arms continue to move, the spell not quite ceasing yet. However, he has clearly taken a hell of a hit. You can see a great cut down the side of his large bulbous head, which is running from blood from where he hit his head on the stone.
Okay. And I think that's the end of my turn.
Okay, and as we come to the end of your turn, we arrive at the Wormling's turn. The Wormling is going to go straight over Pudge and Baron and strike out at Pudge again. No, strike out at Baron because he gets flanking.
No.
Wait, no, he's not. He's going to go there. He's going to open his mouth.
Oh, fuck.
Shit.
Oh, shit.
Does Baron not get attack of opportunity if he moves?
No, because he hasn't left his area.
Yeah,
of
he's still
effect.
within range.
He goes over Pudge because he can fly. And he remains within 5 feet of both of them at all times, so he just go.
You do just be going.
Yeah, he do. So he is going to open his mouth and go that way. So from Baron and from Durgus, I please require...
Does Tank need to do something as
Nope.
well?
Tank's fine, doesn't affect him. I require dexterity saving throws, please.
Oh, Tank is so good.
Oh, fuck.
Oh
my life.
no, there's Fugma.
That's a 10. Probably not good enough.
Okay, what about from Baron?
He gets advantage, right? Yeah.
Does
I'm
Danger Sense come in for
Danger
this?
Sense is only on stuff that he's not aware of.
You know, you're very much aware of this thing as it spins around you. A 17 will pass, though. So, Durgus, you're going to take 21 damage
Fuck me.
as you take in a big lungful of this noxious air, whilst Baron, you are going to take 10, and are you resistant to...
Is it poison?
It's not poison, I don't think. I did say noxious, but it's not actually poison.
The
It is-
necrotic.
It's necrotic, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
not.
No, so you're going to take
resistant
10 damage.
Damn.
Fergus is 21. Baron is 10. As this thing breathes out this cone of dark, smoggy gas.
So let's do this, and then give me a second.
No worries.
Quick maths.
That is its turn, however. So we go back up to Argo, who, more gingerly and still very much injured, but holding it together, begins to swing his hands once more. The spell picking up yet more impetus and energy as from the water, these glittering flecks of almost starlight seems to peel away, as if more and more energy is now being channeled through. And that's his turn. Fergus, we're over to you.
Damn, man. That dragon beat. Damn, man. Shit.
Insightful as always.
I had a plan, but I don't know if that's gonna work anymore. It's flanking Baron, which means that thing will get advantage. I'm trying to game the fuck out of this, okay? Okay.
Attack
What
with
would you-
bludgeon and see if it's enough.
Yeah, I think he's gonna first bonus action. Oh no, I don't want to use my bonus action because I want to use Hunter's Mark on the big beast.
That'll have too much to do with your bonus action.
Yeah, man. Range is an interesting one. Fuck it. I know what he's going to do. He is going to bonus action. He's going to stop concentrating on this mess.
Okay.
Bonus action, Hunter's Mark on this thing.
Okay.
And then he is going to take his hand axe and lob it towards the thing.
Go for it. You make an attack with advantage because it is still illuminated by the fairy fire.
Sexy, and that's a 20 as well.
I mean, you can roll your
Oh.
first damage, but honestly,
Yeah, it's...
I mean, even with that, I'm not gonna lie, it's enough. The axe spins through the air, kind of catches the midriff of the creature right under one of its arms, and buries itself deep, immediately splitting organs and bones, which begin to spill onto the ground as the creature kind of flutters once, twice more, and then hits the ground very still. The axe immediately pops back into your hand as the creature is now dead.
Yep. And he is going to sheath that axe as he brings his long sword into both hands, running down here, aiming to get into the rear of this thing, as he's going to raise his blade and try to just drive it into the fucking body. As I'd like to also use Favoured Foe.
Is that flanking? Because it's
That
go
would be,
through.
that would be flanking.
Flanking,
That's
yeah.
2 sides, yep.
Oh, fuck my life. No, never mind. That won't hit,
An
surely.
11 will not hit, no.
Yep, well, I think that is... me. Yep.
Okay, Baron, we're over to you. The creature that breathed on you, it's dead.
Baron is gonna do some big old swings. We're gonna go for Reckless and Great Weapons Master on this first one against the big scary.
Go for it. So advantage and be -5. A 21. A 21 will absolutely hit. So that's actually 24 damage, which becomes 27 with your rage.
And
Yeah.
I'm going to make it a... whatever +6 is with
33.
Punch Strike.
So as you give your first great heaving swing, totally opening yourself up to any kind of counter, but doing your best to ensure that you hit it, you cleave through one of the plates of armor of this creature, sinking the blade of your axe deep into its flesh, which immediately bursts forth this spout of dark Icarus blood, which unfortunately is going to do damage to you in a second. And as you do so, your blade becomes infused with the lightning from Pudge as it seems to spark across the axe and throw up this great cloud of smoke as it hits, as you do the extra damage as well. But you will unfortunately take... 4 points of poison damage.
Okay, that's not too bad. And then he's just gonna swing for it again.
Go for it.
This
Still
time,
advantage. Go. Oh, and you get the +2. I was going to ask if this was great weapon fighting, but
no.
you didn't declare it. So actually with the +2, a 14. Hit.
Sweet.
And so you will deal 9 more points of damage, which becomes 12. as the creature takes another hefty blow, though not nearly as impressive as your initial one that you struck with. Though you are now in perhaps not so comfortable position, you are very much open to being attacked as we go over to Geronimo at the end of round 3.
Geronimo is going to tell Tank to move over a little bit, and Tank is going to go there, and is going to spurt out his healing array, not healing array, but temporary hit point array for 9 temporary hit points for I think Durgus and Baron.
That is Durgus
Tank
and
is
Baron.
actually MVP.
And looking back towards Argo, Geronimo is once again going to cast Shatter.
If it works the first time.
On top of him.
Ooh, nice damage as well.
17 damage. Yeah, it depends if it goes through.
One save. And he rolled a nat 20. So this time as the spell goes off, there's another ringing explosion. He reaches a hand up to clutch at his ears. He's still clearly somewhat affected by the spell, but he kind of lowers himself down, hunkers himself. He's prepared for this barrage of attacks coming his way, and is able to avoid the worst of it.
Half damage.
Anything else?
No, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay, we go to the top of round 4. And as we get to the top of round 4, Argo brings his hands up in this grand gesture and then sweeps them down as the water rises up with his hands, forming this almost circular wall around him. And then as he brings them down, it comes over him in this great bubble of water, completely obscuring him from view as the water continues to swirl and shimmer and twist around him.
Oh god, I don't like that.
As he is obscured from view.
This is not good. Maybe we should have used the Hunter's Mark thing on him. Get him down.
Yeah.
Durgus, what would you like to do?
Well, there's a big old beastie in front, and he just lost sight of the man he was going to whack. So, yeah, I think we just have to deal with this thing first before we focus on whatever he's doing. He is going to Hunter's Mark, change it with a bonus action. Obviously, that thing just died. To the big thing in front, raising his longsword. He's going to go for a big old whack.
Go for it.
Oh my god. Well, that 11 doesn't hurt, I take it.
An 11 will not hit, I'm afraid, no.
Is it not 13 with the? No, 11.
No, it's 11 with the plus
How
two.
about a 28?
27 absolutely will.
27. Right. So, favoured foe, Hunter's Mark, and let's do the Pudge thing too. So, versatile damage. Well, that's a 1, that's kind of naff. But it's fine, I'll make up for it with my 500 other bullshit features. Let's go for a favoured foe. Let's go for a Hunter's Mark. Yeah. And let's go for the Pudge thing too, which is a 1d6 of lightning damage towards the big old bastard. So that is 5 plus 3 plus... So that's 10. That's 15 total.
Another flurry of blows, the sword striking at last into one of those sections revealed by the barrage of hits from Baron. The creature turns hissing as its blood spills out towards you, and you will take 1 point of poison damage.
See, I have resistance as well, so I don't know what half a...
No,
half a point or...
it doesn't round like that. You have to take at least 1.
I think it's fine.
Okay, and is there anything else?
No, that's me.
Baron?
Let's how bad is this thing looking?
Pretty bad, considering it spent 3 rounds standing there and not doing anything. It's been just wailed on for the past 3 rounds and hasn't responded once.
Oh, we've been tricked. We've been duped.
Yeah, probably.
I think we've been duped, guys, into attacking it instead of him.
I can't get to him.
He's gone. He's surrounded by a wall of water.
Yeah, well, in that case, we'll give another reckless great weapons swing on this thing and just try and get rid of it so we can carry on pushing through. And that'll be another 21 to hit.
I mean, yeah, how do you want to do this?
Oh, God. I think he'd kind of just try and, like, plunge his axe in and then use the force from it, like the momentum to push it aside and just chuck it beneath them into the swirling waters.
Okay. It doesn't quite happen like that. Only because you definitely plunge your axe in. You kind of step forward, the axe swings round, comes straight down towards its head, plunges straight in, and the thing immediately goes limp as if you just disconnected its brain. It goes very, very limp on the edge of your axe, and you kind of move the axe to one side, roaring as you attempt to push it towards the water. However, you don't account for the fact that in the few seconds it takes you to push it to the side, it begins to billow up, growing larger and larger, almost like a balloon, and then it suddenly bursts, releasing a noxious cloud in all directions as... Yep, every single one of you is going to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Actually, fuck, man.
God. All I do is hit things hard.
Is it
man.
magic?
It's not magic, no, this is natural.
18?
That's 24.
An 18 will do it. A 24 will definitely do it. A 10 will
10.
not do it.
Geronimo's done.
Geronimo, you will take 16 poison damage.
Okay. 16, so that's 9.
Baron,
that's
you will take
26.
8. Do you have resistance to poison?
No.
Then you will take 8. Durgus, you have resistance to poison, don't you?
Yes.
And you passed, so you will only take 4 points of damage.
Sexy.
As this thing explodes, the kind of bits and pieces and whatnot, some of them falling into the water. So you got a little bit of what you wanted there. Leaving you standing and staring at this orb of swirling blue water
Okay.
from which Argo is hidden inside. And given that we are 20 minutes overdue with the end, we may call it here.
Oh, on that cliffhanger. Oh
On the
my
cliffhanger.
god. That's a
On that
cliffhanger of all
cliffhanger.
cliffhangers.
I mean,
Holy fuck.
we're hoping to have Gavin and Keth back next week, so
Yeah.
we're also... I'm going to figure out how the hell they're going to be here all of a sudden.
They've suddenly crewed out like,
that's
hey
fine.
guys, we're here.
Yeah, we were here all along. We're actually bad guys. they appear out of the robes. No. Yeah, I kind of want them to be here.
Let's call
for
it here, then.
this. Yeah, I think we call it here, and we'll find a way to get them. So, obviously, thank you to everyone listening. We hope you enjoyed this kind of beginning of the end of the first chapter of this campaign. There are many more chapters to go, but we are approaching our first mini-boss, if you will. And everyone seemed to enjoy it. I hope you did too. Apologies for the technical issue earlier. My OBS is playing up. There is a link to the Discord below if you want to keep up to date with that. We're going to put this all up on YouTube, so if you've missed anything, you can obviously go back to it. And we're going to go find another D&D stream to raid, because we always do.